Hey man, let me see if I could get a fire sign in the chat, man. If they don't let that thing rock, if they don't let that rock, we gonna blame it on Mozzie. We gonna blame it on Mozzie, not the title, man. We gonna blame it because it was on Mozzie out of North Sacramento, man. We gonna blame it on Mozzie, man. Hey, if they don't let it rock, we ain't gonna blame it on them, man. We gonna blame it on Mozzie. We gonna put the credit on Mozzie, man, from North Sacramento. We ain't gonna let them take it down like that. We're going to hit the reset button and keep it an open platform. This is interesting because the chat is right there. And so it makes me think when it starts happening, I'm looking over here. Now, we don't know what happened exactly. Was it the thumbnail? Was it what was on the thumbnail? Was it because I shared Mozzie's stuff without his permission? But I did the hard reset. I tried to do it live. Man, they was like, was they trying to protect me from me? They was like, nah, man, we can't let you do it. We don't know what happened, but at the end of the day, man, we got to keep working regardless. It looked like 5 people in the chat, so I'm going to get to the content right and direct. So, hey, look, man, that is crazy, though. B1 Network, we will never know. But I did actually, legitimately, I was really trying to share the screen. That was no joke. I was trying to share it. When you reset it, it's supposed to redo the audio for you, like, you take it off and then you come back and then you hit the checkbox and then you make sure that it has, you have the right screen. It drops down, you hit the checkbox to share audio, boom, 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 just like that and so forth in the third. But yeah, that one didn't work out. But now we can actually get into the context of it anyway. We have the background story. If you were actually here for that plot twist 12, we don't know what will happen, but it's being, no judgment. Are you able to be no judgment? And I'm going to start off with the link in the chat. If you're not able to be pro-judgment, why? Or no judgment, you reserve the right to still, and maybe because of your experience. Or are you one of those people who, in your experience, you really didn't have no choice? Like, no judgment meant you were the person being judged for the most part. So whether or not you did have a position, it really didn't matter. So you were more open. In any event, the link will be in the chat. You know the context. You see the hip-hop correlation from me and the personal connection. But now I'm going to get into the actual plot twist information, which we missed. And I'm going to slow it down. I'm going to slow it all the way down because there are times where people have missed this content and we got a storyline. Today is worth being heard. So let's do that one more again. This is the breathing exercise for mental health awareness. If there's nothing else, hopefully this is something that helps. There you go. Y'all can't see that image again, but that was the Karl Marx right there. But now you should see it. You should actually be able to see it. You should actually be able to see it. Just not right now. I got better content. Y'all didn't see this. Y'all didn't see this. Sheesh, you got to see it. You got to see it. Like, some people think this is the bad part of the drama, or this is the doxing, or this is it. No, this is I guess the business name. Lex Vortex is what you would consider a content producer or a YouTuber in his own right. Now, it might be a small, dusty-ass channel, but him going to Sonetta Studios, and you can see the screen now. let me do a double, triple backflip gainer check, a one more again to make sure. One more again. Are we good now? Can I get a fire sign or a check? Are we good now? Can I get a fire sign or a check? I see the good morning. Once I change back to this one, I'm still not certain. Are we good now? Do we get a fire sign or a check? Let me know. Let me know. Or I could just assume that that's a yes and operate accordingly. Right. So what's happening? I don't got no audio there either.
I'm there, I'm just floating. So those are all things that hopefully we can talk about a bit today. So I want you to talk to me about that video.
Okay.
About where you were going.
Okay.
That one?
Absolutely.
And if you thought I was a priest of Satan, would you be sitting in my home right now?
Probably, I don't know. We'll get to that.
Oh, yeah. Y'all had to see this. I mean, is this mess or is this being drama or is this being, hold on, man? No. If this is a subtle response, then this is the response. If it's a non-response, it's a non-response. But stand on your position. That's what it is, because whether somebody sends it via an email or a telephone call or they actually knock on the door, this is what we're looking at. And if y'all couldn't see this, then yes, they were right. This did not need to be put inside of that other one.
That's an honest answer.
Yeah, well, first of all, man, like I said, everybody at the House of Consciousness gets crossfire. So I don't know you personally. Mm-hmm. So if you've seen a video like that, it was Lex Vortex doing his.
Even when he says crossfire, I'm like, is that like a play on words for cross the line radio?
Lex Vortex attack on the House of Consciousness, nothing personal. So if you're offended, I apologize to you.
Well, it was about me though.
Right, yeah.
It was about,
but some of the
do y'all accept that as an apology, man? Run that back, man. And if anybody want to take the link and dissect this information, man, I'm not going to be going live enough to actually be able to get into the multifaceted layers of this conversation. We're already at plot twist 13. So if you don't understand that the faith-based community aligning itself with the Manosphere and then being able to understand that dynamic from a Manosphere 4.0 and how that becomes even more dangerous or problematic, but it's really just essentially showing the same nigga from a different perspective. But at least somebody should have a conversation. They said it, this is where they're at, and they're unapologetic. And we're going to show you that. But once again, he went and apologized for something. And so I needed to know where he stands. Somebody might know a lot better than me. I'm not a name dropper. I don't know his real name. But as you see, it's no longer just about saying stuff. If a chat can come out of the chat and knock on your front door and then come have a conversation, we need to know how to protect ourselves. But I'm going to let them say it in their own words. I just thought it was important to call that out. And I don't want to do this by myself. We know where we stand. So the link's in the chat. But let the brother get he got his apology to get off. Do you accept this as an apology? That's for you. Yes or no? This is your information now.
Oh, man, like I said, everybody at the House of Consciousness gets crossfire. So I don't know you personally. Mm-hmm. So if you've seen a video like you personally, I don't know you personally. So I don't know you personally.
Mm-hmm. Right. But you can use his personal identifiable information that you find that is public record and identify his location. GPS pinging. Any of his interactions, you can use your triangulation. If you're a high-tech person or telecommunications, you know how to access this brother. But you don't have to know him personally to be able to knock on his door. And then once the door is open and you sit down, I don't know if I accept this as an apology.
So I don't know you personally. Mm-hmm. So if you've seen a video like that, it was...
But you can make whole hour-long videos about that person. So I know you wanted to get it off your chest. That's what the Black feminine energy is starting to do in America. It's so it seems.
Lex Vortex doing his Lex Vortex.
Yeah, when they started calling you pigtails. When that B1 network snatched them pigtails off your head, huh? When they made you change your avatar. Go ahead.
Back on the House of Consciousness, nothing personal.
So it was nothing personal. And Sonetta understands.
Consciousness, not personal. So,
of course, he understands. He's been a target of a whole lot of social media talking, not just videos that get 10,000, but you know, it goes up and down.
If you're offended, I apologize to you,
it was about me, though.
Right, yeah,
You know
yeah.
what I mean? It was about,
right, and I think Jabari does have a point. And he says, but it was about me. And so having a space where they get to sit down as men, I thought that meant something, especially when we're talking about First Amendment rights and what do we need to do for things to not escalate to the second. Because by the time they get to the veterans, if you get my attention, brother, and then people try to like test the veteran the same way they would test the police, same way that they tested their dad. They don't give a hell. They'll test their spouse. Children grow up and at one point will test whoever they think is their parent. And this is all brought out in just this little clip. But I'm not going to go through the whole freaking thing all the time, which is why I just dropped the link and say we'll go through this one clip at a time for this plot twist.
If you're offended, I apologize to you.
It was about me, though.
Right, yeah,
You know
yeah.
what I mean? It was about,
But some of the
right, and he ran his whole name. Now again, like in hip hop and R&B, like young this, little that, brother. It now seems like it's the equivalent in the conscious community. Just put your brother in front of it.
Content that I was talking about is definitely
just put the word brother in front of it. But and it's so amazing. Now put your brother in front of it, which is indicative of so many. Anyway, fuck it. I won't even go into it.
With some of the content that I was talking about is definitely, I feel, you know.
Real quick, family, and notice.
Right, because I can try to listen to that nigga
bang
too.
on the House of Consciousness.
Oh yeah, that's the plot twist
they
one.
Want to be a part. They bang
part two
on
of the plot twist right here.
They bang on the House of Consciousness.
Who is they?
Notice they bang on the House of Consciousness because they want to be a part of it so bad. You see, when
is that it? Is that shade? So plot twist point number two. You can talk about plot twist point number one. Do you actually accept the apology once somebody goes to your door and now they've knocked on the door and now they're sitting on the couch? Is that an apology right there? That's part one. Because the House of Consciousness, not just the house as a symbol, actually has a door and personal, identifiable. They walked over in and there he is. If you want to talk about part one, is that an apology? You said that. All right, now plot twist part two. Is this shade?
They bang.
Who the fuck is they?
And notice they bang on the House of Consciousness because they want to be a part of it so bad. You see, when we extend,
you know,
real quick, family, and notice they bang on the House of Consciousness because they want to be a part of it so bad. You see, when we extend our offer to them, they come out, they happy, they smiling, they all right. So they don't really believe what they say about the House of Consciousness. They just mad that they are not being, featured a lot or featured at times. And so they like my little children. These are my children. These are my kids. Check. These are my badass children, man. And so when you don't highlight them, they disbehave. Simple as that. Because if they really felt that the house of molesters, the house of thieves, the house of stealing, why are they on here? You know? Everyone that came out and started saying that, all I got to do is say, brother, let's do it in a video. And they would be ready to do it. I have tried it many times, and they'd be ready.
We need to have a discussion about in terms of, Kemet and its practical application.
And so there it is, part one, part two. Is that shade? Is that a shot? I don't know. Is the link in the chat? I think the link is going to be active now. Now, I'm somebody that's into boxing. And so I like to couple that with other clips of current events. And so while people are still processing that, when you think about taking the link, and I'm asking, is that a shot? I want you to think about a shot in this terms. Like, I don't want people who actually want to equivocate and butt dance, because I can talk for hours, as we know. So. Ooh, I think Errol Spence smiled a little bit when he saw that, man. I think Errol Spence smiled a little bit when he saw that knockout. Now, these are the welterweights. And when I say Errol Spence sitting right here. So hopefully you can see the mouse. But if you can't see the mouse, there's a pink jacket, a tall dude, so white dude announcing, pink jacket with the plaid pants, ponytail white girl, and then Errol Spence on ringside. He's sitting right there, if you can see it. And I'll let a little bit play so you can get familiar with where he's at. Woo! That was a knockout shot. But I think he smiled a little bit when he saw that. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, right after he hit him, watch. Right after he hit him, he was looking for his reaction. I think this is the second round, too. So watch it one more time. Watch. Back. So we see where Spence is. One more again. Bow. He just hit him right up top of the head. He drops. And then we see Spence here reacting. Reaction videos, right? Kind of cool, kind of stoic. He kind of smirked. But you could tell he looking at him like, he dropped him. But is he going to get back up? Homie's like, nope, I don't think so. He done. This nigga over here dancing. But he looked at him though. Look, hold on. He looked right at Spence though. He looked right at Spence. He looked right at him though. On my mama, he looked right at him. Didn't he look right at him though? The other dude was like, no, because Spence looking right at him too though, ringside. Oh, he's done. Watch. Look, he kind of looked, let me see. One more again. He kind of looked at Spence. Did he lightweight punch Spence? Like, yeah, nigga, that's you. That's what I'm looking for now. Did he try to check him, look at him? Like, is he cool? No, he's done. Check on him. Oh, yeah, he done. What's Spence's reaction? Because the other dude didn't jumped up. He in the way. Spence still cool as a can of paint. Look, he smiled a little bit. Yep. All I saw, you saw his teeth. He smiled a little bit. There you go. He smiled a little bit. Look at him. He looked right at him. There is no way he didn't look right at him right there. There is no way. There's Spence right there. There is no way he didn't look at him. Now, I don't know whether or not he kind of like, yeah. Well, I don't know if he did that or not. I do know that boy got knocked the fuck out. And I did hear a click, which means somebody actually took the link. So appreciate you for coming on. Let me come on and join you where you at. And we'll get to it. There he is. Stop my little screen share. Where he at?
What up, though?
Salute. What up, GOAT?
Shit, you got it, man. Yeah, I want to hear the rest of that clip, bro, so I can decide if I need to light that nigga up or some shit. Because when you say is that a shot? Okay,
right.
Me sitting there talking to you, nigga, yeah, that's a shot. If I'm sitting there talking to you and you telling me, and when you did that video, I played you because I came over there to tell you, you know, that all I got to do is come talk to you and you're going to hop right on my dick. Okay, fam, that's what I heard. You know what I'm saying? So when you came to my platform, was your bitch ass just testing me? Or did you really mean that apology, nigga?
See, I thought he was talking about Q butter.
See, and I don't know, but you know me, bro. I take that shit because he said everybody. He said they all my sons, everybody. So it's like, well, wait, bro. You got to almost take me out of that equation. You came to me. I didn't come to you. I ain't came back to you. I have no desire to be on your platform. I'm not Lex Vortex. He coming to you niggas' houses to squash shit. I don't give a fuck like that, nigga. Fuck y'all. So it's like when you say that, yeah, Lex fits that model. He, you know what I'm saying? He right there. But what about the rest of us that where you came and said, well, you know, I might have said this wrong. I might have did that wrong. I'm sorry. What about when you was apologizing and niggas just accepted your apology and keep it moving? Because see, now you capping. You know what I'm saying? Now you capping, bro. Like, you ain't got that type of hold over me, nigga. I don't fuck with you like that. I'll fire your ass up, bro. You tripping. So, you know what I'm saying? The fact that I made videos and now he come back and say, well, everybody who made video, nigga, who, like everybody like who?
Right, but it's that one word they say. If you say that everybody, that's like what did that motherfucker Obsidian used to say? I know you know.
Not all.
Yeah, not all, and that was their number one way of deflecting out of what the smoke was.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Not all. Well, nigga, if you said everyone, that's all, and now you got to correct that, which is fine. If you just if you just pulling back and say, all right, well, you know, I wasn't talking about everybody, but you know what I mean. Okay, I got you. But you said everybody, and because we came for, and to be honest, everybody that was coming for him was kind of coming for him around us. We came for him in places where niggas like Lex was. Lex wasn't coming on his own. I remember being on Q Butters and Lex saying Polite still his motherfucking brother. You know what I'm saying?
Damn. Never heard it.
Bro, that motherfucker said that's still his brother, nigga. Yeah. So now he's where he would be because he's one of them House of Consciousness type niggas that's gonna keep running in and out the door trying to be seen. But like I say, so I never need to watch his motherfucking mouth, bro, because everybody that let you ease off in that shit, some of that was just the fact that you ain't the one charged. You know what I'm saying? You got the one charged, so I let you live. Don't get to capping too much. Now I'm gonna fuck about HOK.
Damn. Yeah. But to have seen it manifest like in 3 years in the making before what I'm going with it now, Manosphere 4.0, and I'll be the one to coin it if nobody else has said it. But it does seem like Manosphere 4.0 is the easiest way to say it. What do you think about that shit? Because that's what Lex would represent to me now that with all things, you know, being equal. Go ahead.
Well, it's crazy because I'll ride with you on the 4.0 because my thing is 3.0 ain't in operation. And the Manosphere is still in operation.
Sorry, my bad. I'm not supposed to laugh at that. But again, I'm still working on me.
Now, we put 3.0 out of commission, bro. Now, 4.0 is this thing where they done brought in the women. The whole message done changed. So you absolutely get credit for coining that because, yeah, dog, 4.0 ain't nothing like 1, 2, and 3. It's a whole different Manosphere. They still in operation. And what they're doing now is different than the 3 previous versions. And so they're still the Manosphere. It's a new version. Hell yeah, 4.0.
Right. What sucks about it, though, is at some point, they're going to have to acknowledge how many similarities there are now between the same woman they tried to get taken off of freaking Facebook, YouTube, and everything. Like, at what point will they finally just say, I was right about this, wrong about this? And then, because there's so much crossover now, it could be confusing.
They never will. They never. I mean, it's like from the beginning, man, that conversation about the children. All these motherfuckers, when I first got to YouTube, was running around saying, stop having kids. Y'all got too many kids, too many kids, kids. And then as soon as women start saying selective breeding, now they forgot that they've been advocating for selective breeding this entire time. You know what I'm saying? Right. So, you know,
stay single the whole time.
The whole time. It's been don't have kids, don't give these women no kids, don't give your seeds to these women. And, you know, all that shit to change now. You know what I'm saying? Now it's, you know, it's an open conversation about being with women, whereas they was pushing more the incel mentality before now.
Right. If some got sharper and some just, they're still the same dull ass niggas, but for the most part, here's what I would say. I'll open up my space for you to have a conversation if you want to, but I don't like for you to have fought for so long. I don't envy you. And for the same reason why I think Minister Farrakhan was like, I don't envy Solomon when it came to having so many wives. Once it comes to actually having to stand on their positions, shit, we saw what happened.
Mm-hmm.
But even that still means now, and let me stop fucking beating around the bush. I hate when people do that shit on my platform, so let me stop. How much of the receipts that people claim to be receipts, even about you, do I assume to be correct? How many of those ones do I scale back? Like, man, I don't even care about that shit. If the topic is what do you accept and who do you accept in your life, bruh, can I be honest right there?
Absolutely.
Well, I appreciate it. I know a lot of people have been waiting on me to say something about that. Now, when it comes to Moses' acceptance, that's the whole issue. I cannot turn my camera on in the background and it be a protected space. And we've shown you that in so many opportunities where we stand, that is affirmed. I'm a father. And if my daughter walks by and the camera behind me, that should be all right. But if you're in a space where if my daughter walks by and the man's eyes just follow her the whole time, and now the camera didn't cut off because I didn't smack holy fire out of them, and y'all think that I'm the problem, I don't even need that audience. I will work in my best interest to disconnect from anybody who ascribes to that audience.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't even have to. I wouldn't be attractive. They would hate it. Like, they would be so mad at, look, my realness, if I wanted to take my little $400 fix-it Band-Aid frontal tooth out, man, I done lived with that my whole life. Being called snaggletooth don't mean nothing to me, man. Right. But that same argument doesn't apply if you're talking about the standards for Black women in America, and California has to pass the Crown Act to stop people from discriminating against hair.
Right. And that's one state in a nation of 50.
And it definitely ain't made it through the South, where they keep saying, oh, well, they're single mothers.
But see, and that's some of the conversation that I try to have around our understanding, because people look at the Crown Act as a national benefit. And it's like, nah, fam, that's one state. And
that's
so
a conversation. That's not a benefit.
Like, you would want to get that on the table in more places before that would even be considered a victory. It's not even a W yet, because
right.
we only talking about a handful of places that even acknowledge the discrimination against young women in their hair. And well, we can't even say just young women, because you had a young man who couldn't graduate as valedictorian because he had braids. Remember that?
Facts.
So, you know what I'm saying? It's not even just a women thing. It's a Black thing, you know what I'm saying? And again, a lot of that is not even a conversation until it becomes we're victims of the white man system. But
Correct.
In the lead up to fixing a Crown Act, there's nobody here at the table to say, all right, this is what we need to do. This is what we need to talk to. And this state is still at play. You don't see that conversation happening.
Right. In other regards, since men in our generation were encouraging more of that, I think they were doubling, like, what is it called? Like doubling down. Fuck it. They doubled down on what happened in the 90s that we were supposed to be learning from. So as a generation that was supposed to have, okay, you got that out your system. Now you're older. As an old nigga, what do you have as value? What value did you add while you were coming up into your 30s? Now, what value will you add into your 40s and 50s now that you're in a space where you should have learned something?
Right.
They're on media, and even though they were supposed to have learned something, and they have direct access to tens of thousands, and some of these videos are doing 100,000 easy. But now we see the conceptual framework is now what was bigger, though. But they could get 1 million views having the same gender conversation, and they didn't learn shit. I don't know how that makes you feel, but at some point, either you could take body shots and be like, man, it feels like it's body shots, it's every emotion. How do you describe it? Like, what does it feel like? Because you fought, but yeah, the reality is, turn on Twitter. Are you on TikTok? If you're not on TikTok, then you don't see that it feels like, all of this shit was in vain anyway. Yeah. Like, no matter how hard you fought, your wife was still the one censored. No matter how hard you fought, Sin G is doing like 200,000 now. I saw one video hit like 300,000. But on the other side of the argument, the dating and coach life dating, I saw one do 1 million views as a short. I said, Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
It did a short that did 1 million in like that long for something that she as an audience cultivated for years. And they did a short, a 30-second snippet. I said, man, and you've been fighting it. And so now I don't get it. The same way one state, there's 49 others that didn't say it. You get 200,000 and it take you an hour to it take you a year to cultivate. It take 3 years to cultivate an audience. That matter of time doesn't even matter because somebody can produce the opposite message of you. And it could be in 60, they fast enough to produce their opposite message in about a week. And even if they only listen to Taz for a week and streamline that message with a counter message, in 30 seconds, your talking point can be blown out the way 1,000,000 times over.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, you know, if you listen back to my old 2019, 2020 shit, man, I've been saying one thing that I came through the door realizing, and that's that any day, anybody can pop up and just become me. So any day somebody come in and say, man, I hate these pedophiles, and they never did no content on it. They pop in and say, these black men, these black women, this situation, that situation, but they never have to deal with the complexity of that situation on the daily. And so, yeah, I feel slighted a lot of times, bro, when, you know, I sit here, I do these streams and do this content about, let's say, pedophiles. And I look up and everyone's talking about saving the children, raising the children, the black community. But you ain't seen a real pedophile conversation since Polite, fam. And so it's like when people start talking about, oh, well, you know, that's the black community and we got them uncles in our families and blah, blah, blah. Well, for me, it's a slap in the face for you to keep saying that, but I present this content and nobody steps up and says, yeah, we need to rid our families of this. We need to be more protective of our children. Fuck that uncle, put that nigga in jail. Those conversations never got off the ground, but then you turn around and the Polite story happens and 75 people doing more views than me. And I do this shit every motherfucking day. But 75 people make a video about Polite and they all doing numbers, getting paid, people shouting them out. Salute, fam, I appreciate you calling out that pedo shit. And I'm sitting back looking like, well, damn, fam, they only calling it out for the views right now. What about next week? What about next month? Bitch, what about next year? What about last year? Okay, bro, that's why I always say, nigga, I just got to keep going. If I stop, it ain't going to be nothing but the pop in when it's a Polite case. You know what I'm saying? We need that. For example, right now, as we speak, I'm trying to decide if I want to do it live or pre-record. Jerry Lee Lewis just died. Jerry Lee Lewis was a fucking pedophile that married a 13-year-old girl, Brother Moses. They sending this motherfucker off in style. He just died. The white community sending him off in style right now. Barely talking about what he did with the 13-year-old girl. I'm saying that to say, my nigga, how are y'all any different than them did? Because in my mind, we supposed to be so much different than the white man that as soon as we see him pop out with his pedo, we supposed to light his ass up. But how can we do that if we don't talk about pedos? We don't even recognize one just died. They put this motherfucker up as, man, Jerry Lee Lewis, he made Great Balls of Fire. He had 15 #1 hits, blah, 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 blah. Bro, they ain't talking about that motherfucker being a pedo, married a 13-year-old girl. And so that's going to be up to black media to say, hey, man, look at this white motherfucker they celebrating, i.e. the Pale Pookie Project. But then in that, there's supposed to be something that comes out of it that says, we as black men, black fathers, fam, we not just doing this for the money. We doing this because we don't want that image on us. I don't want to be looked at as a Jerry Lee Lewis ass nigga. I don't want you, Twin Man, Moo, and no, even my ops. I don't want you niggas looking like that if that ain't you. But if you can't step your bitch ass up and say it, then fuck you, nigga. And that's where I got to at some point, Brother Mose. I got to the point where it's like, you niggas want to eat off this shit. You want to use it to your benefit, but you don't want to stand in it when it's time to take them hits. And people say, well, you just calling black men pedophiles. Bitch, y'all been calling black men pedophiles my whole life when you talking about that uncle. You've been calling black men pedos since I was a kid. Now all of a sudden we putting it on the table for the smoke and don't nobody want to have a combo. So yeah, but that shit, it's annoying. But if I stop, it won't be nobody doing it. So I got to get it. I got to make it happen regardless.
Right. And that's on the record, man. We are live, as you know, man. B1, Brother Moses, man. Give me one more second. Yeah, I'm live. What's going on? Hey, good morning, baby.
Yeah,
Sheesh, bro.
Why you, are you done?
Now I feel like when I used to come and blow up your panel. Like, you can come and do that, like, bow, bow, bow. But they don't know that that hurts. They don't know that it hurts to have to, even when you're preparing content. And like, that's why I think when you always said, well, do the content. And I think at some point, if we're extending grace to ops, what you just said, right? Even to my ops, you extended some grace to your ops. You said you wouldn't even want that for your ops. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Even in extending grace to your ops, then Sonetta did not say your name technically, but because you were one of those people who did call that out, and I know it because I was right there with you the whole time, and I also know that you even went all the way to Florida about this. And so I want to say that you're not my op, but in extending grace to the ops, he himself then, I don't know, here's where I'm at with it. Let me not bite my tongue, but I'm gonna try to slow down at least. Sonetta TV, I believe that he is a father with a daughter. And that at some point, if we're extending grace, that his statement made that he was joining Obsidian and the Manosphere was the confession that we already knew anyway, which was that they were already the same old type of situations anyway. So in the charge of the house of molestation, number one, that was the first thing that he's saying. And so we want to address that clearly and upfront. We know in the media space, we were trying to tell people, look, the LGBT community is now grown. There's messages that people aren't ready for. The L and the G. Well, the Black church has already prepared people to mentally deal with that. LGB, I think, was most captured by the media using like the Playboy Mansion, the Playboy Bunny, and you could go all the way back towards that, the monetization of sex, however they want to frame it. I think I would stand here. There are Black women who fought to make Black a standard, even in beauty. And like Imam, for me, I would say Tyra Banks in my lifetime. Although I know it goes way back before Tyra Banks, but to not sound stupid and to not have at least one example in this transition, Tyra Banks would be the woman who I would put. Now there's others though, I know, but I'll start right there.
And then I'll move forward. That with the little penny commercial.
Oh, not Anthony Hardaway in the dress.
Well, the reason I'm asking that is because that's when I kind of start seeing the beauty standard change. I seen them put that Black woman in front of that character or whatever as a beautiful Black woman, as a, a model that I didn't know who she was at the time. Okay. I saw Tyra Banks for the first time in a Penny Hardaway commercial.
Whoa, so look at that plot twist. And then he put on a dress.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so let's bring that plot twist forward a little bit more. Now we look at what's his name, Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union, and what they put on the media magazine was where for the child to be able to determine their gender, not the state. And what do you think about that argument?
Yeah, I still think Dwayne Wade was tripping.
Right.
I don't think you can force your child into anything, but I think making it a public spectacle was foolish. I don't think, you know what I'm saying, because this is still your child. I think you're supposed to protect your child. In making your child the face of a new movement, you always risk them being a spectacle. So you shouldn't let your face be, let your child face be the face of a brand new movement that is gaining acceptability. Because I mean, we have to be honest. Although it is gaining esteem, it's gaining respect and whatnot, it could have backfired and turned into, you know, the old way where, you know what I'm saying, gays, LGBT and all of that shit get completely disrespected. And then you got your child out front. The shit could have switched
Right.
on you. So, you know what I'm saying? I just thought that was bad parenting to let your child become the face of it.
Does that still apply when Martin Luther King Jr. then, what was it, like 50 years previously? I don't want to do the math. We can, but you know where I'm going with it. Does it still apply then when the children were marching along those bridges?
Well, I think I would say no. I mean, because that's a different fight. You know what I'm saying? That, like the march across those bridges was for civil rights for a community that literally have been objectified that we can show. The joining of another community outside that community, I think, creates another conversation. Like I said, and that's to me where they start the intersection that I don't play in. You know, there's no equal conversation for civil rights and LGBT rights. But I think that's where they try to bring that in.
Ooh, then to me that alludes to Fred Hammond and the monetization of the Fred Hammond. I did a story on how when I tried to go and access his funeral, they had all the images inside of his funeral for sale, some up to like $1,500. So how now? Okay, so I draw a correlation test between Kevin Samuels and the Rainbow Coalition, which is Fred Hammond. So what would then be your views there then on including the great other as a part of, there were other options, but what do you make of Fred Hammond would be the question then, if we could get it simple.
That's the gospel dude.
No, not Fred. What's the nigga that died that got shot? The nigga that they put in a body bag, the little Black Panther dude.
Bro, listen, don't do that with me, bro. When I'm on the straight, don't fuck up like that. That is Fred Hampton.
Hamptons.
1968, Chicago, Illinois.
No, because you debated the historian and he wanted to talk about roots. Nigga, it never got to the actual debate and we'd have paid all this energy and all we know is that it was, if I'm the one who's guilty of calling him the House of Molesters, I don't know. He didn't say my name either, but I know I'm still loud and I'm the undisciplined one who he might have been referring to. So Fred Hampton, I may make the mistake, but I never claimed to be a historian. Jabari did.
Right, yeah, that's, I ain't going.
I went for business, man. Y'all leave me out of it. I said, okay, history is important and started watching history. People told me, well, you need to watch who you get your history from.
Now do me a favor. Ask the question again, because I was thinking about that gospel nigga, bro.
Right, you said that gospel nigga, and it still relates. No, not the gospel nigga.
Yeah, because you wasn't too far off for the question for the gospel nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Nigga said the gospel nigga though. Hey, Kev, who was trying to help me in the chat? I know somebody was trying to help me in the chat too. They like, this the Domo ass, of course, from the debate league. The nigga be like, if one nigga know, one nigga know.
Damo, this bitch, what up, Damo?
If one nigga know, one nigga know. Now get back to the question then. Shit. Expose my own dumb ass
context though, so you gotta tell me the context again, because I got lost with
the conflation to the Rainbow Coalition. Didn't he die behind that shit?
No, hell no.
Whose Rainbow Coalition was it then?
Fred Hampton died. Okay, so because here's the thing, like if you're saying he died because he tried to bring together too many groups, and then in those groups are the Rainbow Coalition, I would agree. Basically, the stream I did, because that's the stream I did. Right. That the Young Patriots in the different little groups, that group, the White Panthers, Black Panthers, Young Patriots, all those different groups would have made a Rainbow Coalition back then. But the problem, I think, was saying Fred Hampton, they wanted to kill him. No, they didn't have to do that. You know what I'm saying? If you go in there and kill a man in bed after lacing him and whatnot, that's more of a strategic way to get him and take him out. You know what I'm saying? And so it wasn't about stifling a movement, I don't think. I think they wanted him specifically because he did have the power to galvanize. Now, given the time frame and what I've seen, bro, I don't think he was necessarily wrong for how he tried to do it. So that's why I don't like the idea of saying Rainbow Coalition in terms of him, because they was getting traction and movement working together. It's the 10 years later that didn't get no traction working with white folks. 20 years later. See what I'm saying? But when you did have the Black Panthers working with the White Panthers, working with the Young Patriots and Blacks, Puerto Ricans, all these people doing this shit in Chicago, working together, it worked for Chicago. We don't talk about it in a Detroit understanding, though. See what I'm saying? We don't talk about it in a Lima, Ohio understanding. It's only a Fred Hampton, Chicago. You know what I'm saying? That's all we'll understand. People won't know that. On
the West Coast, we got the Oakland.
Right.
Course.
You know what I'm saying? It's a different understanding wherever you are. And like I say, being from Lima, Ohio, they killed the young girl in 1970 that I can call my mom right now and she'll run the whole story down for you. She said all the time, she's 12, 13 years old, and she'll never forget the fallout of that time in 1970. That's 1 year after Fred Hampton. So, you know what I'm saying? Everywhere had its own little movement, but I don't think the Chicago version of the quote unquote Rainbow Coalition was natural. And so I think for that local dynamic, you got to have a specific conversation, because when we say Rainbow Coalition, that's almost like bringing everybody together, even the motherfuckers who don't fuck with you. And I don't think that qualifies for what was going on in Chicago, because they was getting movement. They was getting traction, bringing people together. See what I'm saying? Sometimes people have been brought together and it didn't mean shit. But what you saw in Chicago was an effort work to where it was actually moving motherfuckers forward. And because he was kind of spearheading it, taking him out meant the end of it. And I think a lot of times our community uses that local dynamic as a national understanding.
Okay. Shoot. Yeah, we got to bring it back, man. A lot of people are only, let me give y'all a pause. Let's breathe. A lot of people can only even ask the question from the context. We know the Black Panther story. And so if you're going to engage with someone who knows the history, I may not know exactly how I want to ask the question. Yeah, it was definitely that gospel nigga Domo said. I was talking about the other one. But if you're going to engage, people can keep saying, well, Martin Luther King was integration, right? But there were other alternatives. And so once they started looking, the only other question would have been second level, well, what about Malcolm X? And so people could then say, well, the Nation of Islam or all of that. And that's where they start getting stuck. But then peel back to the next layer.
Alternative though, Brother Moses.
Huh? What's the alternative to integration? Yeah. I think that's what you need. The alternative is leave me alone, was leave, or segregation. Segregation in America actually had so here's one. When Booker T. Washington and his, I guess, the National Negro League version of integration segregation, he was more of the industrialist, if you would say. He was more of the we want the land argument, which is why the A&M school system seemed to be effective. And unfortunately, going into that same 1920s argument, that's where I find my divide. Okay, so for the people who had the industrialist argument of, okay, we need to be integrated, but I just integrated as far as I need to manage land, versus those folks who were integrated, I need to be a part of their system. So I'm more of a Booker T. Washington guy. So, but segregation, what does segregation in America look like? To me, it would have been representative of any of those folks who wanted an agrarian lifestyle in America and the right to compete economically, i.e. the country boy versus the city boy argument.
So, because here, my thing is when we start talking about integration, a lot of times I think we forget that the country has always been, by definition, integrated since the end of slavery. The country was quote unquote integrated. The forced separation or forced segregation is what locked a lot of people out of those institutions. And so to me, it becomes a question of either you stay locked out of those institutions or you get in them and try to benefit yourself. And so that, to me, is the conversation we're generally having around segregation and integration in the 1960s is, do you remain locked out of institutions that you're supposed to have access to, but you just don't? You know what I'm saying? Segregation is just allowing yourself to remain locked out.
So what about where 20s then, before you got to the 60s, the 20s position was in the North, and I always just like to equate it and say, like the Harlem movement, Harlem Renaissance, them Harlem niggas or the fat Jamaican, I always call that shit, same scenario of Frederick Douglass goes north type of argument. But A. Philip Randolph then in the 20s, wasn't he the one who would have represented an integration from a lens of access to the same systems and jobs and whatever else?
Absolutely. I mean, A. Philip Randolph is the first March on Washington. You know what I'm saying? That's the first person to say we need a national movement that says, can we compete? Can we live? Can y'all let us do what the fuck we supposed to be doing? He was the first one with the national march and the national movement to get that done.
So with alternatives, they know, how the hell did they still fall for Garveyism, in your opinion? You the one been fighting them niggas, not me, nigga.
It's the rush to African origin. Because like I say, it's not, a lot of people just take what I say and think it's just about hating Africans and shit. It's not. People have used being of African origin to make you a complete born on the continent African and exploited that mentality, which takes you away from understanding that you're an American. And with that, we've never sat down and discussed how to fix some of the issues that we faced for decades, generations. And I don't know how you fix those not embracing who you are. We, as a community, have yet to embrace being Americans.
So we gave key examples. A. Philip Randolph, that's the 20s, as well as Fred Hampton in the 60s.
Well, and even then, if you look at the Panther movement, its foundation and roots still take you back to what? That continent. It's still what the Panthers wasn't rooted in. Let's fix America. Let's fix Black people in America. It became a global understanding because people came from all over. They were sparking hearts and minds all over. And so it did become more of a global understanding. That's why these niggas start running over to Algiers when niggas get hot. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Motherfuckers hijacking planes, end up in France, some motherfucking where.
Right.
Like,
trying to get to London. Like they have brothers. They took that. Hey, for real. Now that we got it to the comical stage, in fact, today seem to want to adopt the national ideology. And so we stopped Him. Those folks were actually out there marching and such. What is your opinion on them today?
in fact, yeah, man, I still think it's, when you start talking about a Black militia, I think you opening up too many doors for whites to start doing bullshit to us. I just think we too outnumbered to play some of these games. So it sounds good to say, yeah, we need a Black militia marching up and down the street with guns and blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, but okay, nigga, y'all niggas got to be busting them bitches though, because what's going to happen is you're going to make them white boys come out 5 times stronger because they have 5 times the numbers. Okay,
right.
So we're not playing on equal grounds when we start talking about militias and shit. And I would say that I don't think we should be against it. I think we should approach it intellectually, though. I don't think we should be out on Front Street saying, look at my motherfucking militia, nigga, we popping. Like, nah, bruh. Like, go sit y'all ass down somewhere, bruh. Like, do that shit in the background somewhere, because I'm definitely not against it. But how do you, I can't let you sell me that this is a complete benefit. Not when the only thing that this is going to lead to is other groups trying to use their same quote unquote rights. Because you're operating off of a right, the right to walk around with this gun and appear quote unquote threatening. Okay, make sure you're ready for that same smoke across the board. I'm not.
I think you still hold that position, like where as much as we would want to assume that the great collective of whiteness has cast down protections against white folks, that doesn't. And as much as we want to assume that being a part of this great black umbrella gives us a certain outlined path, it doesn't. Because in your own circumstances, it will come down to what you stand on and what your position will be. My position is similar. I'd say we're not there yet. If we can't protect our women and children, we can't protect the First Amendment rights, then we're definitely not at the Second Amendment rights. And we're still dealing with an undisciplined group, as I am. As old as I am, I'm still willing to admit when I make my mistakes. And one of them was when I first observed the impact. If I would have been there, that you remember the whole and then knocked the nose off the statue? That dumb moment was like being caught up in a moment. Why would they have been so caught up to have driven a stone mountain with all of the symbolism and everything connected, assuming that they may have a confrontation with the physical white supremacy, but wear paintball vests? And so that was eye-opening that they weren't actually, like, at that point, it doesn't matter what vest you have on, I believe. But if they put on a paintball vest, all the worse to them, that is just a poor reflection. I took it as an L.
Yeah, it was an L. Once, because see, keep in mind, the white boys start doing this shit. The white boys start putting up the videos of you not being able to hit targets at the range. The white boys start putting up videos of you holding the gun wrong. See what I'm saying? That like is one thing for you to motivate the masses and get black folks more into understanding their Second Amendment rights. But it's another one when you start making a fool out of black folks, and now we look stupid because we got a nigga out here talking about he a gun expert, but he damn near about to shoot his motherfucking self. You know what I'm saying? Like, right. That's hell, fam. That ain't nothing to be proud of. You know what I'm saying?
One, take it to the hospital. Hey, even when they was doing it, I was like, oh yeah, here come the black conservatives. If they didn't have any media, they gonna be all eyes glued to this one.
Yeah.
They was ready. ABL lit his ass up too. And I would say ABL to me is a fascinating dude because it's like the West Virginia story. I have no other way of knowing what the experience of a black person in West Virginia would have been had it not been for ABL. And he's weird, but with his flag behind him, like looking at it at first, I used to be like, why is he doing that? And then at some point I was like, okay, he really believes this shit. And then it was like, well, once you listen to him, even though it's frustrating, it'd be like, yeah, he's placating the whiteness. He's doing all of this shucklebuck dancing. But what is he saying when you break down his elements? He's still just exercising one, and saying that in order to say two is still important.
Well, you know how I view West Virginia. I've done content on it multiple times. I feel like West Virginia is an example of why the quote unquote pro-black movement has not worked. And it's because you could have got your people one place in one position and went to the government and made that your state. That's all West Virginia was. And to me, it's been multiple examples of it. People walked off and left them shits, whether we talking about blackdom or the multiple examples where people came together and actually had something, but the masses didn't flock to them areas. You know what I'm saying? The masses didn't move west. And when the Great Migration happened, I think the North was too broad. The West was wide open. And I think if black people would have went more toward the West and tried to build on the West Coast of the United States, I think a lot of what we see now may have a different understanding to it. Because I can't say history would have played out different, but there would be a different understanding of what it looks like to build.
That's right. I've shown some of the content on what it looked like building from a political standpoint by connecting it to, let me see, what is the actual legislation? I want to make sure I'm using facts with you because you'll point me out the same way I used to call your ass out. The Homestead Act. I'm thinking now, and it's an odd one, but the Homestead Act was really only one part of that legislation. And look, people falling off already because they was coming for the smoke. Ain't no smoke. Hold on, man. Let me build the smoke back up. Moo disagrees with you. Moo says I think we need to work more aggressively and strategically to acquire allies of other races, cultures, and nationalities. What is your response to Mumu?
No, I think they need to work more aggressively to be our allies, and we need to be strategic about who we select. I don't think we need to work toward making anybody an ally. And the reason I would say that is because we've been burned too many times trying to align. You know what I'm saying? We don't have a history of not aligning with others. You know what I'm saying? Like I would argue that Black history is full of us aligning with different groups to their benefit, though. And so at this point, I think if we were to talk about it, it would be more, we would have to be focused more on us benefiting from any alignment, because historically alignment with other groups hasn't worked for Black America.
All right. 1 hour into the plot twist. Thanks for joining me, Taz Exclusive. This is Exclusive's current audio. And so now that I have you, there are some people who look at unity with blatant disregard. Like myself, I do not believe that achieving unity, even as looking at the different shades of Black today, House of Consciousness, Manosphere, B1, whatever it is, Comedic, all of that, that unity is not always in the best interest. And that's with my experience. That's with my experience. But 1 hour in, they don't want to hear it, but Black married men with Black fathers. Let's have a conversation. Hey, B1, salute to the guy, Mumu. Hey, when I saw the avatar, I was like, nah, move. We saying your name wrong. Like, somebody got to get out the way when you coming, bro.
Nah, I ain't built like that. What's up, man? How y'all doing?
You got
Salute to you, Ken. We good.
Yeah, no. So Taz, shout out to B1 Brother Moses too, man. I be loving your streams, bro. You're a hard man to follow, man, as far as intellectually, bro. You be going in. But yeah, when I was saying that about us acquiring more allies, a lot of it has more to do with us being in the driver's seat and not always being. It's like we usually in a position to where how we move is based off how somebody else is treating us. How we move a lot of time is based off what they doing and where we fit into their plans and their schemes. And so what I'm saying is we need to work more aggressively on acquiring allies from a place of power on our end. And that's I got a plan that I'm really finna like put into motion this year. I kind of started on it earlier, but with the pandemic and stuff, it kind of put it out the way. But I'm really serious about an 8 to 12 year plan of winning a national election. I think we could put a president in the White House, and I want to have a conference / meeting with a lot of people in the community with voices and cachet and everything else on an actual plan on how to do that. So when I say that, as far as us working with other people, what I'm saying is there's a lot of things that we don't do that the people in power do, and they're able to operate with these certain they're able to have relationships and stuff with other people. But like it seemed like with us, it's always like, well, you know, we get used and abused, but everybody is going to try to use and abuse you. You know what I mean? Like even with the relationships that U.S. has with like Japan, you know what I mean? They dropped a nuclear bomb on Japan, but you know, here we are driving Toyotas. So like the relationships will be contentious, but it's like we don't put ourselves in a position to be able to even like keep up with how things are going in terms of just having power and maintaining it. So in order to have power and maintain it, we gonna have to work with other people. I don't see no way around it.
Okay, so my thing is this though, like Japan, for example, they had a nuclear bomb dropped on them by the United States government. Okay, that wasn't white America. That was the United States government. So that's what makes that a bad example. You know what I'm saying? Because the United States, if we're talking about working with the United States government to get somewhere, I'm all for that. If we as Black America are talking about going to the United States government to get something done, yes, I'm right there. But
Right, and that's what I'm saying. By the way, go ahead. I'm gonna let you, but that's what I'm saying, Chaz. I'm thinking like, yeah.
So my perception was then that you were talking about groups of individual pockets of white people in America. That's what I thought you was talking about. If you're talking about working with the government to get shit done for Black people, yeah, I'm all for that.
Right. That's what I mean. I'm not talking about like having like a community group type of thing, like a Panthers or nothing like that. I'm talking about like us actually being involved in a political party. My aim eventually is I think we can have a new party. And I don't mean like we just us as Black people, because I think that's
the part of I did disagree with. And that's I'm glad you said that, because I forgot about that shit. You should have left that off the table. Now what the hell makes you think that Black folks can put somebody in office in America? Are you high, nigga?
I don't. This is what I'm saying. I don't think that just Black people can, and that's what I mean. When we start coming up with strategies on how to win a national election, people go out and they work with and they network with and they reach out to other communities in order. Like the relationships are usually like, what are you gonna do for me, and what do I need you to do? What are you gonna do for me, and what am I gonna do for you? And so, what I'm saying, as a political party, we can't just have like, oh, this is the Black party. No, we have to like reach out to other demographics, not just Black people, to be able to win these elections. Is what I'm saying. I'm not talking about. I know people can't win nothing by themselves. We don't have the numbers.
So who would Biden and Kamala? Who would their people be? Who's the we that put them in office?
People who lean towards democratic, liberal policies.
And so that's what I'm. So my question would be then: you think there's a way to shift America's understanding to a Black understanding, and then put a Black candidate in one of those roles, the Democrat or Republican role?
I think that there is a need right now, and there has been, for better politics. And so for us, we don't have to put everything under the guise of, well, this is a Black party. This is what Black people want. We can be involved in a political system and giving people the better politics that they crave and that they want for. And so Black people absolutely benefit from.
So what's different than now? Where's the change? Because that's technically that's there now. We have Black politicians who don't do what the fuck they're supposed to do, but they are there, they're in place, and they could do a lot more in terms of galvanizing the public, but they don't choose to use their political power for that. So what would be the difference moving forward with because we already got people in strategic positions to do that?
Well, for me, like I said, and one of the things that dynamics that would have to change is how to lessen the power of a two-party system. And so I think that there's a strategy and a way to do that people in general, not just Black people, but people will get on board for. And so in Minnesota, you have a voting system where I think it's called like a second chance vote or whatever, where you can vote for whoever, and if like a independent candidate, and if that candidate don't win, your second choice vote goes to like the Republican or the Democrat. So you won't, quote unquote, like waste your vote. And so I feel like that's one of the things, because I got a list of things, but that's one of the things we can campaign on. One of the changes that I think people in general want to see is the breakup or the lessening of the power of the two-party system. And that's one way to do it. So I'm talking about strategizing on how to systematically change things that will work for us, not just for us, but for the benefit of the country. And we have to get it. We have to do it on that level.
See, okay, and so, and I don't even think you're completely wrong ideologically, but the problem comes in historically when we start talking about the third party in today versus a time when the third party would have worked. because I would argue that there was a time when the third-party system was absolutely in play, and we didn't benefit from it then, although people did try. What we have now is a two-party system that's so entrenched that outside of local politics, you don't really have a shot. You know what I'm saying? Like, because what we're talking about is the power base being in those two, and I don't see how we would be able to move those two off of the square of the majority party. I think too many times it's been tried. H. Ross Perot tried it. He didn't do too bad, but that's the most recent one in my memory that was actually able to get some attention on a national level in a third party type of situation, and it just didn't benefit enough nationwide. Because when you start talking about a nationwide argument, you need the majority of each state. And I think so many people are locked into the Democrat-Republican paradigm that you'll never get enough to make a third party relevant enough on a national scale. Now, locally, I think you can do that. I think that can happen for your mayor, for your city council. But the further you move up the ladder, the harder it is going to be to break that foundation. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a foundation created financially that puts Democrats and Republicans in position to blow everybody else out the water.
Right. And so I 100% agree with that. And I appreciate you saying that, because that's what you're describing is what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is here's the answer to that. I'm not saying let's create our own party and run as an independent to run up against the Democrats or the Republican right now. I'm saying we have to have somebody, we can build our own system or president or whatever to run as a Democrat or a Republican. I would suggest Democrat, because I haven't been able to come up with like campaign points or whatever that I think the Republicans would get on board with. But I do have an argument for the side of the Democrats. So that could be a later conversation if y'all wanted that too. But I'm saying they would have to run as a Democrat or a Republican on the major party. And once they're in office, they would be able to at least start or maybe like change that to where we have a different voter system. So that's what I mean. That would open the door for independent parties to be able to have some success. If you change that one thing. That's why I say in Minnesota is so significant, because an independent can win and wins out there a lot more often than anywhere else because of that one reason, because people feel like they vote won't be wasted. It'll go to one of the major parties if the independent candidate loses. So if you bring that to a national level, then you can open the door for independent parties. I'm saying before that, yeah, we do run as a Republican or a Democrat, but we run with that thing on our agenda.
That's trusting though somebody, right? Like because if you trust in somebody to put your agenda in play, that's kind of putting us back where we are now with Democrats and Republicans, because just because they get in office don't mean they'll put the action forward. And let me say this. I don't believe that everyone that goes into politics is corrupt. I think the political system is so corrupt that it'll always have the ability to mask those who aren't for your benefit, and they have more power and ability to get things done than those who would actually be there for you. A person realizes once they get in there that I better work for myself, because working for the people ain't gonna get done anyway. Kind of like what I face on YouTube. Working for the people ain't necessarily to my benefit, yet I have to do it because it needs to be done. And so that person who's going in trying to do it from the heart, yeah, but they might not get much done because they're trying to get the shit done for real. Once you realize that, well, shit, I'm gonna just get done what I can get done, and the rest of it is what it is. Those are the people who thrive in politics. If it don't get done, it don't get done. Shit, I just gotta make it look like I tried. You know what I'm saying? That like that's why I think there's no ability to move it forward past where it is now. Because most of the time, when somebody does go in for the righteous reasons and does the right thing, there's still a system there full of people to undermine it.
Well, that's why I think, and I can agree with you to a certain extent, but I disagree with you on a lot of that because, I mean, you gotta trust in general. Like that element will never go away. So no matter who's running or whoever is in position, like there's got to be a level of trust that a person to carry out the agenda. But I'm talking about the stage of how do we win, and I think that's what's been missing for a lot of like our talking points. And I don't mean just over here, but I mean like in general, it's like we not discussing strategies on how to win. We've usually discussed strategies on what should be done, not from the standpoint of how do we actually pull this off. And so what I'm saying is,
well, see here,
go ahead.
Right. So check this out. It's like Kobe versus LeBron, for example, since we got Domo up here, right? Kobe thought he could do everything by himself. You know what I'm saying? Whereas LeBron is more the team player. I think the team player mentality works, but if we're going to get somewhere, somebody got to take the ball and run with it, dog. Somebody got to become the Kobe that's just willing to take the hit for taking a shot, hit or miss. Regardless, nigga, I shot that bitch, nigga. We needed a shot, nigga. It hit or miss. I think right now we got too many LeBrons doing the talking, the style where, fam, I'm gonna pass it to you. If you know what I'm saying, shit get ugly for me, I'm gonna pass it to you, and I hope you bring it home for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, again, it's that we don't have that go out and take it, make it happen, get it done. And if it don't happen, oh well, nigga, you saw us put our best foot forward though. It's more of a everybody scared to lose.
Right. And that's why I say like I'm gonna put together and I'm gonna pay for the meeting space and all of that. I'm gonna put this thing together. Mark my words. I'm giving you that, like letting you know that right now here. So it's for that mentality to say, well, this is what we're gonna do, for us to come together and make a decision on a strategy and say we're going forward with this strategy in order to win. So with that said, there's a lot of people out there that want a different politics, but they just like we all like in this thing where we vote the lesser evil. A lot of people don't want to vote the lesser evil, and that's something Donald Trump really exploited with him, because he ran as a Republican, even though he got a lot of outsiders, people who did not vote, even though they would kind of lean more towards Republican, but they didn't necessarily vote until they saw a person like Trump come in. And so what I'm saying, that exists on the liberal side too. A lot of liberals are fed up with the Democrats and the way they operate, and they don't see what they're doing as progressive almost at all, but they just prefer them over the Republicans. So what I'm saying is we can introduce a new platform or standpoints of politics that I think more people will identify with, and getting to that level of success of actually winning is just coming up with smart ways to campaign.
Yeah, I hate to bust niggas bubbles with
the plug.
The two party. Yeah, man. The two-party system fucks all that up. Two-party system demands that people vote for the lesser of two evils. The reason why is this thing called it was a political scientist named Maurice Duverger, and he created something called Duverger's law. And within Duverger's law, what it argues is that whenever you have like what we have in America, it's called a first past the post, winner takes all voting system, which means that regardless of if you get 51 to 50%, the person that got 51% gets all of the votes. Mm-hmm. Right? Because our voting system works that way, it undermines the ability for people to operate within or really be strategic and win elections operating outside of that paradigm. Because what happens is the people that vote, like say For example, you have Democrat, Republican, and you got whatever third party, right? Well, when the election takes place, right, whoever get all of the most votes, that's the people that's in charge. That means that those other two parties literally become insignificant. So what happens is the two parties that lost come together so that they can then actually be able to compete against that larger party, right? Which means that now we didn't went from 3 parties to now just 2, but not because it was just like, well, we only wanted the 2, but because the winner takes all, you got to have the numbers on your side. Third parties, independent, they never have the numbers. And that's because Americans are some of the most politically immature individuals in the world. We have one of the most politically immature voting systems in the world, right? That's primarily because what's happened with Duverger's law is that all of our, like everything that matters to Americans is divided up into Democrat and Republican. That's it. Like, even if you go to my political plug page, like years ago, back 2016, when I first started it, you will see the first videos that I did was, I'm not a Democrat, I'm black. And that's because what I realized is that when black people talk about things that matter to black people, black conservatives, white conservatives label those talking points as liberal or democratic talking points, because we, like, our system has made it to where, well, you sound like Democrats, so you must be wanting to be a Democrat, when it's the opposite. Democrats adopted black talking points in order to help maintain a black voting base. Now, that don't mean that black people only voted for Democrats because they took their talking points. Black people voted for Democrats because they was kicked out of the Republican Party in the late 1920s. Herbert Hoover purged black people from the Republican Party. Got them the fuck up out of there. This is before Woodrow Wilson. This is before the New Deal. Black people were purged from the Republican Party in order to maintain their support with racist whites, specifically in the South. So what's happened now is what we've done is we've attached our political messages to the only choices that we have available. The only choices that we have available. So if niggas bring up some other shit, what ends up happening is all that other shit end up getting it ends up being amalgamated into one of 2 talking points: Democrat talking points or Republican talking points. The issue with that is that people, like voters, we aren't a part of political parties. Another thing that Maurice Duverger pointed out was that when we actually claim political parties, our votes then become insignificant. When we say, I am a Democrat, I vote Democrat, I'm a registered Democrat, when we go to the polls and we participate in those exit polls and we say, I'm a Democrat and I voted this way, the reason why those exit polls exist is because ballots are private. If you go in there and vote and you never tell nobody who you voted for, there's no record of who you voted for. They don't know. You can't. You won't be able to break up like, oh, these people vote for these people. The reason why they're able to do that is because of exit polls. We willingly give up that information. We willingly get up and say, I voted for this person. We willingly say, I'm going to vote for this person during an election. When that happens, it undermines the significance of the demands that we are making. Because if I'm already saying I'm gonna vote for you, if I'm already adhering myself to the party that I plan to vote for, they ain't got to do no work. They don't have to do shit because they already know. This person, they claim to be a Democrat. If I say the things that attach that to their talking points, boom, I got it. That's all I need. Like Malcolm X said, like we need a political maturation. We need a type of political understanding where we aren't allowing people to just give us candidates. And people think that when we say give us candidates, the system and the government give us. No, we tell them the type of people that we are willing to vote for.
But Domo, that's what I'm saying. We need to strategize to get to that point. And if we keep saying we can't do it, then why are we even trying? And that's what I'm saying. Like, I believe if we were to come together and actually like stop saying we can't do it and say the objective is let's figure out how to do it, I think the 4 men on this panel are smart enough to figure out how to do it. And that's all I'm saying.
But figure out how to do what?
Implementation becomes the problem, though. I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody has a strategy, but implementation for me is why I don't like, that's why I call it quacking. You know what I'm saying? And some people don't like that term, but if we don't have a way to implement it, we're not talking realistic.
But I also think though we make a strategic error when we assume that there is a monolithic approach to like if we just do X. It ain't no we just, right? Because even in the conversation they was having earlier, the niggas was talking about the Rainbow Coalition. What's up, man? The reason why the Rainbow Coalition, like for example, like Taz was saying, is something that would work in Chicago, but like for example, it wouldn't work in Kansas where I grew up, is because we culturally fucking different.
How
Like
you
in
gonna
the
laugh
South,
at Kansas, bruh, man? Chill, man.
in the South or in any rural country area, what happens is the types of thought and culture that evolved in the major cities like Chicago, New York, Los Angeles got lost on us. Like we didn't have the capacity to be able to like kind of reach in and learn more about ourselves and learn who we are and embrace, you know what I'm saying, our particular culture, that type of shit, right? Like our schools don't offer the opportunity. We don't have a bunch of like pro-black schools where niggas is, you know what I'm saying, lining up. We didn't have like the history of, we didn't have Black Panthers like that in Kansas City that was able to, you know what I'm saying, like come in and for black people to see that type of shit because
Bro,
it was too dangerous.
Don't do that, bro.
Don't do what?
Don't act like Pete O'Neal ain't from Kansas City, nigga.
I said in Kansas City, nigga.
Pete O'Neal. Ain't he from?
You talking about Buck O'Neal?
Pete. Now I'm almost sure it's Kansas City, Kansas, but it might be Missouri. But there's a strong Black Panther presence in Kansas City. But I forget it's 2 Kansas Cities. It's 2 of them, but yeah, there's a strong Panther. Let me look, man, because it's in my Black Panther presentation. Now, of course, they're not probably teaching much about Pete O'Neal, you know what I'm saying, in those school settings. But yeah, there's literally a history. Let me see. He's Missouri. He's Missouri.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in both sides though. Like I was born in Kansas City, Kansas, but I grew up in Kansas City, Missouri too. The thing is though, is that we again when you talking culturally,
because I be forgetting you young. So this like 1970 I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's the point though. You know what I'm saying? I know there is certain culture. The culture that was big up in Kansas City was Negro League baseball and jazz. Like that was our contribution. You know what I'm saying? That was the shit that people talked about the most. But when it comes to like politically though, like again, when they say most black people are conservative, like black people in Kansas and Missouri are conservative than the motherfuckers. You feel me? So
right, that's what I would actually film there. If I actually went there, it would be the jazz, like the intersectionality of Black conservatism in like Kansas City, Missouri, and the jazz, like because that's where their small business Black folks went when they use music. On the West Coast, we had rap, which is what put people on the gas station selling CDs. But elsewhere, there were other intersectionalities that were also important, though. But go ahead.
But in terms of just like creating radical politics that are outside of the norm, that adhere themselves to Black communities, that are productive for Black communities, like the white political machine has always kind of dictated that understanding. So the best so in order to be politically viable and outside of like Emmanuel Cleaver, but Emmanuel Cleaver is more of a, he's a Democrat. He is a liberal, but he's again one of those moderates. Like he's somebody who he's going to say the things that Black people want to hear and say the things that are productive for Black people. And I fuck with Emmanuel Cleaver. I was able to intern at his office some years ago, So it's like I ain't shitting on him, but at the same time, I recognize that the moderate nature of what makes him a viable black congressperson from Kansas City. You feel me? So it's like when we talk about organizing in ways that kind of detach and break away from the same politics we've already been dealing with, there's a mindset of a people that are more okay with that moderate approach. Like people only want small changes. They don't want you to come like big ideas, big that like and like the Andrew Yang type ideas, that type of shit. That scares folks. Like specifically in rural areas, like black people in the South, black people in the Midwest, in the West, in New York, and again up north in places like Chicago. You got all of this big shit, these big ideas. That shit's not the same where I'm from. So it's like when we talk about what black people need, like like we all know that there is no black monolith. It requires that we focus on what black people in a particular area need and what they demanded in order for that type of shit to work. And so to Mumu's point, the only way that then works is that we aren't thinking about like, yeah, you want to be politically engaged on both levels, like on both the federal level and your local level. But the only thing that you can that we can change independently of like large national parties and large national movements is what's happening locally. That makes sense. That makes much a huge, much bigger difference, Democrat or Republican. You feel me? Like I think that, like for example, the biggest issue you got niggas complaining about Joe Biden, but talking about criminal justice, talking about police brutality and all that other shit.
Right.
A nigga tell you about Joe Biden before they tell you the name of their district attorney, before they tell you the name of their sheriff, and these are elected positions.
Yeah, you better not say the name of your sheriff online. I'll get your ass.
But see, that's the problem right there. That's the problem right there. Like you like that we should not be afraid of elected officials. We should work to get them the fuck up out of there when they not doing what it is that we asking for them to do. That's what voting is about.
No, but when they're not doing it, that is when you typically hear the black folks, and black folks teach the world what it means to say that out loud, what it means to push back.
Right, but I mean, we say that, but then we then turn around and be like, but Joe Biden, but Trump. You know what I'm saying? Like this is why I say we politically immature, because for example, it's studies that like a lot of this political science shit, the part that people forget about it is the science part. Politics is not just about niggas' feelings. Niggas have been doing research on this shit. Like for example, niggas like there was a study that came out in like 2000 and I want to say 14 maybe, called racial winners and losers in American party politics, that looked over 20 years across federal elections, where it showed the distinction between having Democrats in control or conservatives in control. Now people would think, well, because the data shows that Democratic policies are more productive for black communities, niggas turn around and be like, oh nigga, you just want to support. No, that's not saying Democrats love black people. That's not saying Democrats aren't racist. But if we talking facts over feelings, research over me search, the data shows that when these types of presidents were and these types of Congress people were in charge, this is what poverty looked like for black people. This is what poverty looked like for white people. When these types of people was in charge, it looked completely fucking different. Like that's data. That ain't got nothing to do with anybody being brainwashed or any of that other shit.
Well, the problem is only the unwillingness to get, because I 100% agree. But I think the problem is we don't realize that happening over such a long span has led to it being an easy, quote unquote, talking point to use against a conversation about making yourself more politically astute. So the history of black people voting for the Democratic Party has now become a detriment because we didn't see the growth we wanted. So now it's well, everything's the fault of that one party that did give more of an opportunity than the other party. You know what I'm saying? Where the fuck would you be had you voted for the other party? But that conversation is never addressed.
But we know that though. When the other, even when we, because like for example, black people are a voting bloc, but we in no way determine who gonna like win the election. Like we overwhelmingly voted for Hillary Clinton. She did not win. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, even when black people don't vote for those people, we still see the outcome. Like what's happening right now with Killer Mike, for example, is a perfect example of like how childish niggas is when it comes to this shit. Niggas think that being a free thinker means you swing from one political extreme to the next political extreme. Like Killer Mike went from supporting Bernie Sanders and like extreme liberal politics to now stumping for Brian Kemp and Herschel Walker. The reason why that's fucking ridiculous is because Brian Kemp has done nothing to correct how he undermined the rights for black people to vote in the state of Georgia. When he was Secretary of State, he changed the rules, limited voting places in black neighborhoods to help him win, while Stacey Abrams was out there getting more black people to vote than ever before. Mm-hmm. But Killer Mike will turn around and tell you, well, because Brian Kemp went to this school for black boys that's ran by this conservative, then that's what Stacey Abrams needs to do. Bro, if y'all are not willing, niggas that push this like, oh, we need to be conservatives or not, if y'all are not willing to deal with the impact of conservative policy and to stump for when we say, okay, conservatives are robbing niggas of the right to vote. If you ain't got no answer for that, you're not a fucking free thinker. If you ain't got no answer to how conservatives have actively worked to undermine and disenfranchise black communities, specifically in places like Georgia, I'm not trying to hear shit about no Democrats, because that's whataboutism. Niggas been holding Democrats accountable. Niggas been saying like, yo, but again, when you have a two-party system, when you have a first past the post system, voting for the lesser of two evils becomes the standard. You don't got a choice. You ain't got a choice. And it's because we've been mentally manipulated to think that this is all that we have. Like on the podcast, we talked about the Killer Mike shit. First thing a nigga do is jump in the comments talking about, oh, see, y'all just riding for Democrats. Y'all want a two-party system. Y'all, bro, if you're not a free thinker, if you have not removed yourself from Democrat versus Republican.
Right. Yeah, you're not free at all. At all. Because the first thing I tell niggas is that's white on white violence. That doesn't work to our benefit. Whether it's Democrat talking points or whether it's conservative talking points, when you attach those terms to the talking point, it no longer becomes productive. Right? Like because a large issue with that is it was another study that came out, I think like 2011. It talked about how within, like, because we think about like what politicians get up there and say, but the real work in legislation is done in committees and subcommittees, like where they meet privately and discuss legislation, discuss drafts of legislation, all that type of shit. Research shows, like actual data shows that, for example, black politicians, regardless of race, and Democratic politicians actually do more work. Now, black politicians do the most work. Democrats come in second. White conservatives come dead last in the effort that they put into actually putting forth, proposing, debating on, and finally voting on what's considered black interest bills. These are bills that may not say this is for black people, but was specifically created to address issues that occur in majority black neighborhoods. So while like another common talking point is, man, black politicians, they just get up there and da. But the work that you see them do, or the work that they actually do the most, you don't see. It's in private committees. What then happens is, because it's not enough of them, right? Because it's not enough black people in these committees, in these positions, that those other voices end up drowning out what become important. So what could be a productive bill ends up turning into something that's, whitewashed, counterproductive, not really impactful, because of their colleagues pushing back against
the parts of that bill that will make it productive for Black people.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of intricacies and more nuanced conversations that have to take place. But when we only get caught up in these conversations when somebody say something about a Democrat, somebody say somebody can say. I've probably been on YouTube. I think I got on YouTube around 2017, 2018, and that around that time. I've been called a Democrat forever. No matter how many times I explain to niggas, bro, I have my criticism of Democrats is 10 times better than yours. But niggas will still call me a Democrat. Not because I'm actually saying go out and vote Democrat, but because I talk about things like racism, because I talk about things like intersectionality, because I talk about things like women's rights. What's happened is our minds have become so simplified that you just hear one term and it triggers political partisanship, as opposed to being able to have open dialogue, open conversation, right? Like actually being able to engage the merits of what's being said. I mean, because as we don't think about it like this, but all the ad hom fallacy is all we get when we talk about politics. And what I mean by ad hom fallacy is when you focus on a particular aspect of the individual and not the argument being made. That's all really, for the most part, both Democrat and Republican, niggas focus more on the Democrat or Republican part than they do the merits of the argument or the conversation. That's where we run into our biggest issue. So we bring up racism. Oh, see, them Democrats got you believing in. Nah, let's actually look at the impact of certain policies on Black neighborhoods. Let's do that. Can you bring up like, for example, Ted Cruz has not produced one single piece of legislation since he's been in office. But what he has been able to do is push forward the culture war that people who vote conservative are inspired by. So it's not like we're not looking to these people for productivity. We're looking for these people to say the things that help us think that they're trying to create the world that we want to live in, regardless of their action.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
I mean, and I don't think it's an impossibility. Like I don't think it's. But the one thing that we got to do is we have to detach ourselves from like focusing on like cable news headlines and think more so strategic, like in LA, right? Right now in Los Angeles, which people consider like a liberal bastion, like motherfuckers from Texas and all that shit. Oh my God, those liberals in Texas or those liberals in California. But our LA City Council is currently, like, during an election season, under fire because, and these are non-white individuals that are literally espousing not like anti-Black racism while they're running communities full of Black people. Nuri Martinez, Gil Cedillo, I forget the other nigga name. Nuri Martinez was the fucking president of City Council. She was secretly recorded in 2021 saying that, like referring to a little Black kid as a little monkey, talking about Black neighborhoods in a racist fashion, and they were secretly recorded strategically drawing up districts that maintain power for themselves and for the Latino community at the detriment of Black people and renters. And these ain't even white people. These are just people who have political control that just happen to be not Black. And they not white either. And so it's like we gotta act like we asking ourselves is like, okay, fuck this Democrat Republican shit, because these are Democrats. These are Democrats in Los Angeles. These are people who also consider themselves quote unquote minorities. But yet with their political power, with their focus is to undermine Black people while at the same time making sure that people that look like them are have power and are properly represented. Like gerrymandering is bigger than just congressional districts. Even within city councils, they carved up Black communities to where Black, like it was impossible for a Black political machine to be able to centralize itself in any individual district. Like that's the nuance that we need. Like a lot of the shit that we talk about on when it comes to politics, we motherfuckers is doing. But then the question is like, okay, this is an idea, right? This is something that's productive that we should do. Okay, now let's talk about the obstacles. Niggas don't want to talk about the obstacles though, because then you just being a Debbie Downer. Then you just, you only want to talk on the negative. No, it's not that black people just aren't doing things. It's that there are barriers and obstacles that are in our way that undermine our ability to effectively do the things that we're trying to strategize for. Like niggas be like, bro, black people be dying all the time. Don't nobody say nothing about that. That's a lie. Like when niggas say, man, Black Lives Matter don't matter to black people. My nigga, I didn't grew up with, I don't know how many different, in Kansas City specifically, how many different stop the violence, right? How many different put the guns down organizations? How many different let's get our kids educated organizations? They've always existed. There's always been something that's mattered. But
hey, Domo,
what's up?
if you acknowledge that as a problem, and we acknowledge, like if you go anywhere usually in this country, people will acknowledge the two-party system as a problem. And what I'm saying is, can we be at the forefront of solving that problem? And is it a problem that can be solved? Is it humanly possible to solve that problem? And if it is, can we be at the forefront? Can you lock 20 of us up in a room and say, come up with a plan to solve this problem, and can we do it?
No. To solve the two-party system problem? No. You can't lock 20 people in the room and say, let's solve the two-party system problem. It's a cultural problem. You can't solve the problem of culture by like literally, you know, like I mean by just saying like, okay, let's strategize. It's much more counterproductive than that. It's much more dangerous than that. Like it's much more deep-seated than that. Because it's like if you trying to get people away from these things actually make people fight harder for them. Like niggas wear these Democrat and Republican badges like, I mean, like shit, like they family. That's the first thing they got to be overcome. And then the question becomes, then how do you change an entire political culture? That ain't something that 20 people in the room could do. Like that takes something drastic to happen in the United States.
I'm saying, can we be the catalyst? See, I don't know. It seems like when I say this, you taking it as just us can do it, or I got a just us plan, like just a few of us can change it. I'm saying people run and have elections all the time, and they built on platforms of how to get people to seeing it your way. I'm saying going through all of that, we can't intellectualize or intellectually win or have our thoughts win like that. I'm saying if that's impossible, then it's like why we even here? Like if it's impossible for us to be at the forefront of any major change in this world or in this country, then why do we even fantasize about having a different reality other than the ones that other people create for us, who actually do sit down and say, well, this is how we're going to do this. It's a big task, but this is how we're going to get it done. Why can't we do that?
I mean, because I think because the problem is it's a little bit of romanticization in how you talk about it, though. Because there's like those big things that happen usually end up happening after a bunch of little things take place, right? Like it's not just that, like, oh, like, well, we can't do nothing. It's like I don't have that type of nihilism. I'm pessimistic, yes. I'm not a nihilist though. But ain't about to be no big change if we can't do the little shit. We can't change the way people think about politics as a whole if we ourselves can't look at just the local shit. Like, let me change my community. How can I change? All right, I have an issue with the criminal justice system in my community. Who do we got to get the fuck up out of there to do that? Like, the difference between us and other cultures is that politicians are groomed. CEOs are groomed. These people are, like, from a very early age, are put on a path for them to be able to either continue, you know what I'm saying, stand for, represent shit that their parents and their grandparents already gave a fuck about. When niggas end up in politics, that shit is like, damn, we got us one. It's always a surprise. When niggas end up CEOs, like, look, you made it out. It's a surprise. Because the people that occupy those spots aren't considered to be the standard. They're literally considered to be an exception to the rule. So if we're going to then say that, okay, we're going to change the political culture of, let's not even say the country, let's say our community. It starts with people coming together and saying, okay, this is, who are we putting forth? Not, oh, this nigga came back, you know what I'm saying? This a Harvard grad, you know, he looks like this, he has this messaging or whatever. I think he's somebody. Nah, nigga that was born and raised in this motherfucker. Bill Clinton was able to become president after the reputation that he developed in Arkansas,
Right.
where he was born and raised. George Bush. I was just in Midland, Texas, with my partner celebrating celebrating my partner's daughter's first birthday. George W. Bush, George H.W. Bush, and George W. Bush homes are memorialized in Midland, Texas, where they got their political start, where they were groomed to be leaders of not just that community, but then, boom, the country. That's where we got to start. But the problem is these efforts, like for example, Stacey Abrams is the most slept on, black political leader in the country. She turned Georgia blue. The first black senator out of the state of Georgia came from the efforts of this black woman. Came from the efforts of this black woman. But you got niggas like Killer Mike saying, well, Stacey Abrams needs to do what Brian Kemp is doing. What? She like in the last election that she helped participate in, not that she was a part of, but she helped participate in, the first black man from the state of Georgia was elected to the U.S. Senate. In Georgia. One of the most racist, divisive, toxic, like specifically for black people, state in the union. That's not to be slept on. Because in order for, okay, yeah, he may just be one senator. He can't change all of the Senate, right? But what did it mean for them to get their first black senator? That's why, like, the question that I've been posing is, in a lot of ways, should black people be looking at Georgia as a model for how we should understand and organize politically? Because it was a cultural shift. Black people occupied the metropolis, the metropolitan area in Atlanta. Everything else around in the state of Georgia is full of white racists.
Yeah, but you're gonna need them Georgia numbers though. You ain't got them numbers of black people in most places.
But you got it in the metropolitan. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Georgia gotta be top 5. It's at least a 25% black state. So you know what I'm saying? Because I don't disagree with what you're saying, but you gotta have the black people there to swing it too. You know what I'm saying?
You're right. I mean, which in some places, but and that's why I say it from a Senate standpoint, yes. Like you got to have more in the state federally. But shit, if we just looking at the counties that we from, that like we represent, like I'm from Kansas City, Kansas. That shit is niggas. Period. Ain't nothing but niggas in Kansas City. White folk, they live in Johnson County, they live in Olathe, they live in Bonner Springs, they live everywhere else. They don't live in Wyandotte County though. So for black people to not have full control, like one of the most racist cops in the state, like in the city, just recently has been held accountable for the bullshit that he's been doing for years. Just recently. But black people have been a majority in that area for as long as I've been alive, and maybe even longer. That's what we're not thinking about. Because it's like it's difficult to move as a collective, but to centralize our focus, to centralize our power, we have to be deliberate. They deliberately make their kids CEOs. We can't keep saying like, oh, I'm the first person to go to college in my family. Oh, I'm the first person to go to college in my family. And then think that puts us on a level to compete politically as these motherfuckers who their fathers are Harvard legacy. Their mothers are Oklahoma legacy. a Cornell legacy, right? I mean, it's because it's even some of the most certain places that only hire from certain institutions,
Right.
which gives them that white legitimacy that we say, okay, yeah, we think that's legitimate too. These white people find you illegitimate, we think you're legitimate too, as opposed to being like, nah, this person, we done watched them come up, we done seen them in the community, they done did this, they done did that. This person needs to be our next mayor. This person needs to be our next senator. This person needs to be our next state representative. That's the type of organizing we need. Like the idea that we could come together in a room and be like, okay, let's change the culture, like change the culture of the United States. Like, nah, it ain't gonna work like that. It requires a bunch of small victories, a bunch of small efforts to coalesce into a bigger cultural shift. That's the only way it works.
I mean, it didn't require all that for Trump to win.
Bro, do you really want me to respond to that? You really want me to respond to that?
Now, bro, man, there was a huge cultural shift to get that man in office, bro. Like, I mean, keep in mind, you just had Obama in office deporting motherfuckers and whatnot. But when Trump took office and raised the stakes with the same conversation, but simply said those rapists and murderers and robbers, that started a cultural shift that we still see happening. That statement alone.
Right. Oh, but that's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't get how y'all don't, like, even with Damo, what he's saying. You'll say, well, nah, I don't think that can be done, and then proceed to tell me how it can be done. So it's like, I don't know where we missing each other. So if you're saying that Trump said that and created a cultural shift, I'm saying that we can do the same thing.
Well, that's not what happened though, right? So let me take you back. Let me give you a little bit of history though. Trump didn't do that. Trump took advantage of a movement that was already taking place. When Obama was elected in 2008, that already sparked all the racism. You know what I'm saying? Like reinvigorated racism in the United States.
No doubt.
And this is when he was elected, not after he left. Then there was that. No, when Barack Obama was elected, right? He was elected to a supermajority. Democrats controlled the House. Democrats controlled the Senate. In the first midterm after Obama's first election, is when you saw the rise of what's called what was then called the Tea Party. And this was a group of, this is what we now call like far right, right? It didn't, that term didn't exist at that time, but they had what we consider far right beliefs, extreme conservative beliefs. At the time, the Conservative Party was dictated by what was called fiscal conservatives. These were conservative. If you watched Fox News back then, every time you tuned in, they had a debt counter. Because as fiscal conservatives, they felt that Democrats was doing too much, spending too much money, putting us in too much debt, making us to where we were in debt to China, we was in debt to Russia. We have trillions of dollars that we were constantly spending on XYZ. We need to cut entitlement programs. But it was about being fiscally responsible. Fiscally responsible. Before that, they were the neoconservatives of the Bush era, right? These are the war hawks. These are the Dick Cheneys of the world, right? Where it's like, hey, we need to make sure we are protecting United States interests at home and abroad, right? And they were called neoconservatives. Hold on. They was called neoconservatives because they were different from the Reagan era conservatives that were still prominent at the time, right? So when you had when 2010 came, Democrats lost the House, they lost the Senate, and Mitch McConnell became the majority leader in the Senate. Everything that then became about conservative politics was fucking over Barack Obama and the Democrats. That was just one victory, right? But from 2010 to 2016, Democrats lost over 900 seats. That they lost that many elections.
How many
Not
seats
because
is it?
Right.
well, I mean,
So Dumbo, what I'm saying is
nationwide.
we can't put our ear to the street and our fingers on the pulse of the nation. This is what's happening. This is what the people are asking for, and let us exploit that to our benefit. That's so. I don't know, man. It's like I'm saying, if we just
I mean,
can't
what I'm
do
trying
it,
to explain to you though is it ain't no just the people. What are
and
the
if
people?
that's what we lead
There
with,
is no monolith, bro. That's the first thing I'm trying to get you to
no,
understand.
listen what
There
I'm,
is
but
no
y'all
monolith
you still have
of
been
the
giving me
people.
an example, but we have examples of what happened when culture shifted and the people that was there to be able to be at the forefront of it. And I'm saying
But
we
you're
can be
missing
more.
the point of how the culture shifted, bro. That's the point that you're
I'm
missing.
saying we can do it like I'm not missing that though. That's what you're not getting.
So
I'm
what am I
saying that we
saying
can
then?
do it. Go ahead. I got
No,
you.
I'm
I
asking
got
you.
you. You're right.
What am I saying? If you're
Nah,
saying
nah,
that, if you're saying you're not
I
missing the
got you.
point,
I just
tell
wanna.
me.
I got you. No, for real though. I just want to listen though. I feel you because I got you.
I mean, no, I want to be clear though, because like the question that was posed was, can we create the culture shift that they created? First off, we can't do it like we can't do shit the way that they did because they white people. This is their culture. American culture is they shit. So that's why Barack, like the biggest thing that Obama was plagued with, and what actually made Donald Trump a viable candidate for president, was saying Barack Obama wasn't an American.
Excuse
We
me,
can't do
political
shit
plug.
like that. What's
Excuse
up?
me, political plug. I see we might be cousins from the tribe of the long winds, but can we take a breather one time, man? Salute, bro. How you doing, man? God damn. Hey, he came in and never passed the motherfucking mic back. How you doing, bro? Can we say? I don't even think
Man,
you
cause
answered the question.
that's
How you doing? Did
I'm
you
good,
miss
man.
me,
I
bro?
do this though,
All
man. I
right.
do this. You know what I'm saying? Like I do this, so shit. Like I sit there. I pop up when there's something to be said. I usually sit back and listen, but when something needs to be added, you know what I'm saying? Like because I don't consider it long winded. You know what I mean? Because long winded mean I'm just rambling on. Everything I said is shit. If you take notes, a nigga can learn something. It's more of a I'm not long winded. I'm a lecturer. Put it like that.
That's when nigga gotta be like, man, nigga, shut your ass up. I'm out of here, that shit.
Yeah, nigga, that's
Nah,
the
nigga,
problem, nigga.
hey, we at the 2 hour mark, nigga. We
Take
at the
those
2 hour mark. Hey, some people you can invite to the barbecue, but hey, once they get there.
I'm not like that, bro. Do I say shit like that? Take notes,
nigga.
nigga.
Take notes, nigga. First of all, you
Nigga, you
undisciplined.
call yourself the GOAT, nigga. What are you talking about?
Hey, get his ass, dog. First of all.
This nigga said, do I say shit like that? Nigga, fuck you mean? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I'm
You
just
do make a
saying.
good point, bro, but your audio, it sounds like you in the car, but you do make a good point. And yes, that conversation is needed. The strategies, could we do it? And would you even be open to just discussing what those strategies look like? If you ask me the question, the answer is yes. I still say have the conversation and let's see where it goes. Do we need a scenario as well?
I'll keep this
Yes.
succinct real quick. I'll keep this succinct real quick.
All right.
The first thing niggas need to do is stop acting like it's just this one overall thing. What problem do we want to solve? Do we want to solve the criminal justice issue? Do we want to solve the economic issue? Do we want to solve the education issue? And then we start from there. Because when we try to come with this all-encompassing, we're going to address the problems of black people it don't work like that. Because black people, and this is what I started saying, is that black people in different communities have different issues. The reason why there's an issue with education in Kansas is different why it's an issue with education in LA. It's different why it's a different issue with education in Houston, why it's an issue with education in New York. So in order for us to actually solve them problems, we have to have an intimate, intricate understanding of the issues that face any particular community. Mm-hmm. I ain't about to keep that as it. I told you I was gonna keep it succinct.
Yeah, that sounds like my reparations video, man, from 2019. I've 100% agree with that. You can't deal with local issues with national arguments, for sure.
At all.
If you ask somebody from California about the reparations argument, sometimes they might actually engage with you because that is a state where that was important, similar to the Crown Act. And that's where it starts getting tricky too, because then do you believe in states' rights? When you start saying the separation between Democrats and Republicans, that's how it's really defined in its simplest terms, is states' rights. Do you believe in states' rights? From California, protest was because states' rights was overreach. Protest was because they were militarizing the police. It wasn't just a broader criminal reform. What issue do you want to talk about? But when it came down to policing and written all the way down to policing of what, that's where I think we have the confusion of what happened when Massachusetts or Joe Biden is now introducing in his legislation is now enacted in California, VP Kamala. Anyway, go ahead.
What you mean now?
Right. So I just shifted that right argument right back to the left and made it not just political, but somebody had made the question about, well, how do we end up with Biden and Kamala Harris if they are both essentially, if we want criminal justice reform, the symbolism is then how do you vote for these Democrats, right? When they are the reflection through the 80s and through the 90s of the prosecution side of you niggas is going to jail, right? So for us in our argument, we know.
But why do we just put that on them though? Why we just put that on them though? Because like for example, like
okay, go ahead. I know we don't just put it on them. I was responding to that element piece, but yeah, let's pivot though.
Well, no, I don't think it's a pivot though, because like I think that is where we identify the problem.
Right.
We say Joe Biden is a representation of the prosecution through crime bills, shit like that, right?
And 3 strikes laws. And
Joe
then
Biden was
California as a case study scenario to where we can start looking at the data for. And while we can use California, I think it was important to have you see your story as well, because no, we didn't know about the Kansas Black experience. So go ahead.
But pull up that crime bill for me right quick, man, because
I ain't pulling up shit.
All right, well,
first of all, I ain't got to say shit in like 19 minutes, man. I feel so like welcoming as a host. Now,
I don't need it. I don't
want the actual bill itself or U.S. Congress?
Just it could any reference to it, because what I wanted to show right quick was we talk about it as being a Democrat bill, but that was him and Orrin Hatch. That's Joe Biden and Orrin Hatch crime bill. You know what I'm saying? And so we put it on Joe Biden and we speak of it being a Democratic bill, but that was a bipartisan bill. You know what I'm saying?
Bipartisan and
it wasn't just a Democratic operation that the Democrats did. Like that was Joe Biden and Orrin Hatch. Both sides.
I mean, which because like people, if for whatever reason, like people forget the way legislation works. You gotta have a majority of motherfuckers vote for it in order for it to get passed. You gotta have a president that's willing to sign it. You gotta have another chamber of Congress that also votes on it and before it gets sent to the president. So to say that, like, this is where we fuck up. The United States federal government is a reflection of the imprisonment and the oppression of Black people as a whole. There is not one politician that is wholly responsible or a representation of it. That is cable news politics.
I disagree with that statement. I do disagree with that.
Hold on. You disagree with the fact that the United States government as a whole is a reflection of imprisonment of Black people?
Yes.
Why?
Because I would argue that the United States government is a reflection of what we were supposed to do. Because at some point, it is the United States on a federal level now we talking. Because my point is limited to federal. You know what I'm saying? Do you understand where I'm coming from with that? When you're dealing with the federal government, you have the people who let you off of plantations. You have the people who enforced a lot of the acts that states were implementing in regard to Jim Crow. The federal government had to step in a lot of times, and a lot of times the responsibility of not stepping in is our argument against them. Not necessarily being a reflection of the Jim Crow, but allowing the Jim Crow. I'm cold. Yeah.
But this is the problem. This is the problem, though. That would mean one thing is, okay, we change the legislation, but then it also, or we change the policy, and it also reflected in the people. We don't see that.
Right.
Like for every instance, we could say, well, the government enforced this. That there was still ways that, like for example, the right to association. Libertarians argue that the right to association, which is a constitutionally protected right, is the constitutional protection of segregation, right? That so we can look at it and say, okay, well, there are instances when the government intervened, but it wasn't the government didn't intervene for the sake of black people. They intervened for the sake of maintaining the society that now has black people in it. That's why our circumstances is still fucked. I mean, it's not we not slaves, right? Like we're not on plantations. Like those things is
Right.
like,
But Domo, what you're referring to is an integrated society, though.
But see, I agree with you though. We was integrated as slaves. That was integration. When we were giving a role in this society, we was integrated. The issue though is that what integration looked like has always been dictated by the government, the federal government specifically. Which is, I mean, like again, in our debate, I think it was in our debate when we talked about why the Civil Rights Act took place. It didn't take place because of John F. Kennedy was like, I just love niggas.
Right.
It took place because Robert Kennedy was like, yo, these niggas is talking about fucking shit up. Even I forget the senator's name that was like, if we don't pass these civil rights legislation, we're gonna have another Algiers on our hands. At the time, there was civil war in those areas. So it's like the threat of violence has always been like the threat of black people being like, let's burn this shit down, fuck it, has always been the impetus for them to be like, we'll ease up, right? We'll ease up, but they make it look different. It doesn't change the circumstances. Like we still wage slaves, right? We still not provided any. We still not provided any type of. I mean, shit, federal minimum wage is still $7.25.
But see, my argument is we didn't present enough of those instances.
What do you mean?
We didn't put the pressure on to drive that change, and I'm not of the belief that we were incapable of doing so.
The pressure to drive this. Well, where do you think it came from?
Well, okay, so if we, for example, that 50s, 60s, 70s movement, the change you saw in that was driven by people, by boots on the ground, by voices.
Right.
What I'm arguing is 100 years previous to that, those same voices had the ability to drive change. Different faces, same outcome though. Their voices weren't completely used for a complete integration argument. It was more of an accept me, please argument. You know, I feel like 50s, 60s, 70s is a kicking in the door versus 20s, 30s, 40s being please accept me.
I can agree with. I guess I wouldn't say please accept me, but because I think it was more so like reconstruction was more of an effort for. Because this is where it's like where niggas be like, well, nah, we had segregation and we was cool. No, it wasn't that we was segregated and we was cool. It was that we were now attempting to kind of create and govern our own community. And even you know amongst that, it was a lot of difficulties because the systems, the structures, not even the systems and structures, it's the society. Like the Ku Klux Klan was created to terrorize black communities, like out of being productive. So it's like I wouldn't categorize it as accept me, but more so those were the first people that were being like, okay, we're America, like we are now a part of America.
Be accepted. Okay, how about I should be accepted? I should be accepted. I am a man. You know what I'm saying? That
I'm a man. Yeah.
Because that's a little harsh, but I say it that way because I think we so stuck on a mindset of oppression. Though I think a lot of us run to victimhood to create our American understanding, and I don't think we need to do that.
No, I mean, but I think ultimately though, because I agree with you when you say like, okay, we Americans, right? Like niggas is Americans at the end of the day. However, I do still argue that blackness is antithetical to being an American. So it's like we'll always be American, but our American shit is altered by our blackness. We're Black American. Like when we say we're African American, or however people use that motherfucking term, right? And so it's like we have to deal with the fact that the country that we now reside in is built on our degradation. It's built on tearing us down, right? Like that's why, for example, when I always say that race is a unilateral social hierarchy with white at the top, black at the bottom, when you look at what's happening in LA, everybody else is like in the middle of that, between like that white and black, everybody else is negotiating how close they are to whiteness and how close they are to black. The two extremes. You feel me? So it's like ultimately you like being here, being American, being considered a citizen, and all of those other things, you can't help but demand that what comes with being a citizen also be afforded to us. Like it's like I don't see how you exist here without making that demand. So that I am a man, you feel me, or even when Stokely Carmichael criticized the Civil Rights Act by saying that it wasn't for black people, it's for white people. It was to tell white people that these are human beings, these are citizens of the United States, and they should be able to do all the things that are afforded to a citizen of this country. That's true. You feel me? But it ultimately, the way that we have to organize though is apart from that. Like we can't organize like other Americans.
But
we
that
can't.
was only, but don't that see, and that's my issue with it is the transfer of the information, because he didn't. Stokely should have been teaching that it's your state though that has put the federal government in position to now have to come with this legislation. Your multiple states that don't operate fairly toward black people, now the federal government has to come in and force the states to do so.
But see, that's when you get into the issue again, like of federalism, of states' rights. Like states do have a degree of autonomy when it comes to that. So like the states have to adhere to the federal to the U.S. Constitution.
Right, which is the only way once you believe first in states' rights. And so where we politically, when you say we're not politically astute or we're politically toddlers, I think that originates from the concept of first we had to learn how to believe in states' rights other than our own. And then from having states' rights, well, who holds the state accountable? The federal government. So what does that mean as a separate form of rights when I'm just now learning that I'm not the one who was supposed to be making these decisions? Now, mind you, there are other people on the other side of the fence who are completely against states or federal rights, which is, I believe, the people who actually segregate and move out of integration completely. Go ahead.
But I don't think it's the government's responsibility to police the state. I think it's the people in that state. It's their responsibility to police what's going on in their state or in their city or in their county and all that other shit. And you do it by voting, like by taking part in the electoral process. Because like the issue when you start bringing up the government policing the states, that's how you get into the actually undermining federalism and states' rights. Because then it's like, well, we supposed to be able to operate as long as we operate under the U.S. Constitution. Anything that's not outlined by the Constitution, we able to do on our own. That's why you had, when they overturned Roe v. Wade, they didn't say, okay, abortion is illegal. They said that it's not constitutionally protected, and so states have the right to determine how they do it on their own. That's why, like, as much as I be talking shit about Kansas, I'm extremely proud of the state of Kansas because they had their own referendum. They didn't, and it's a Republican ran state, but they said we're gonna allow the people to vote on it. And the people decided what they wanted to decide, how they felt they wanted to move forward. And that's how politics should function. It should function in a way where the people decide. That's because that's what democracy actually is. It's what it looks like, is the people deciding what their environment, what their community look like.
Let me push back because you could get there only after they attempted to burn that motherfucker completely all the way down, similar to Atlanta.
What you
Go
mean?
ahead.
What you mean?
Yeah,
Elaborate on that.
burning Kansas as well as what they did in Atlanta. God damn you, the Sherman's March through Atlanta. Those were places where they implemented the most extreme versions, like Philadelphia is one of them. Where if you're highlighting a form of anyway, I don't know. I view it as you're giving an example now of where compliance is a benefit, to say less.
What you mean? What compliance? How? Well, because like if we talk about a principle, right? Like which a lot of like most politics operate off of a principle, and then we figure out what that looks like in real world. If we're operating off of a principle, then when we talk about states' rights, then we are talking about the autonomy of individual like counties, individual cities, like for people to not like. I mean, it was to move away from the overarching, over determining government, and more so allow for these different factions or different states to be able to kind of create and produce a culture that they want on their own. So I think adhering to a principle, like the principles of democracy or the principles of liberalism, then it's like, okay, cool, like that can be productive. I'm not, but adhering to like a cultural paradigm or some like I guess like federal law or some shit like that. It's like, nah, I'm not necessarily saying it. I think that the reason why I got involved in politics is I do think that the principles of these things, if we adhere to the principles of these things, then we're, even as Black people, we in a much better position. But the first thing that we need to figure out is how do we operate under these principles, but yet still suffer the consequences that we suffer from. Moses,
Yeah.
I'm giving you the opportunity. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying not to be long-winded, or
I got you, bro.
I appreciate you. My bad. Let me
Appreciate you, Moo.
I appreciate the conversation. Yeah, I'm gonna jump off real quick. I couldn't continue because I'm in a van going to work. I'm going up to Kansas right now, so I ain't want to get too deep into it. Because, you know what I mean? Like cats trying to sleep and stuff like that. But yeah, I appreciate the conversation, y'all.
Yes, sir. Salute. All right, I got you. So principles. Yeah, there. I've seen and witnessed where organizations can expound principles that seem to be straightforward, and yet standing on those same type of core principles have to go up against the actual system. Well, how do we process it? How do we keep it fair? And so I don't know where we can go but backwards or forwards with that conversation on principles. The obvious is to say, what principles are you referring to? I know it is an extreme version, but the ultimate use of force was tested and used in some places where high populations of Black folks experienced that. And I think that message then makes folks, I guess, understand, well, we can talk principles, but who's going to actually take the next steps? No, we can talk principles being First Amendment right, so I had to go backwards, and second, which is the right to use force. And then now to move forward from there, if you go anywhere near the right to your own property, I would say, the political plug, I'm talking to you, Domo, your political property being, I mean, not just your political property, but your property being your assets and your family and all of their assets. And then your friends and their assets and all of their assets. And then start there. I think defending that against whatever they would put in place. Let's say it was, okay, Mark Zuckerberg's Facebook example. In his example, he wants you to surrender your First Amendment right. And at a state or local or even on a personal level, it's going to be up to you to defend the personal rights, which are the assets, the image, the look, the likeness, all of that, in the court of law. I guess if there's going to be a state or a local or federal court of law, it's going to be up to you and whoever else you all could afford with the value, the actual real American dollar value of all of those assets combined. And I still don't believe that it scratches the surface on what it takes to address this issue. And so secondly, I wanted to go into the hard part, which is the pathology, the reason why not. So I'm still in disagreement. As much as we could talk for a whole nother hour, it's 2:25. I could probably take about 15 minutes to just move forward away from the broken buck or the plantation mentality and through some actual politics of where we tried these things. All right. And when you asked me for a certain thing, it was racial winners and losers. And I was able to share that on the screen. And so I'm going to share a screen as well. When I shared the screen, what it looked like was Howowitz, or one of those names that identify with the other communities, did a study at Cambridge.
Yep.
And so if that was the same one.
Yeah, 2014. Yep, that's it.
What I want to know is you picked this motherfucker.
The whole thing should be free. You should have access to it.
Right. It says get access, but before I even got access, you had brought it up, and this was your primary source that you wanted to bring out, or that I don't know if it was like your primary source. You use you as your primary source for the most part. So when you said, here's my screen, I mean, here's like, I actually went to your page and shared that as well while you were speaking. But this was the one that actually stood out for me, though. Why did you use this one? If I can just cut to the chase and get straight to it, no fluff, no extra, nothing else.
Well, this was to point out how we don't have to go based off of feelings or narratives when it comes to what political party has been more or less detrimental. We can actually look at the data. And for example, if you look here, go back up.
Okay.
If you look here, it says we assess Democrats and Republicans' claims by compiling census data on annual changes in income, poverty, and unemployment over the last half century for each of America's racial and ethnic groups.
You want me to highlight that part?
No, I could just keep reading. Judged by the empirical record, it is clear which party truly benefits America's communities of color. When the nation is governed by Democrats, racial and ethnic minority well-being improves dramatically. By contrast, under Republican administrations, Blacks, Latinos, and Asian Americans generally suffer losses. Now, the beautiful thing about these types of reports that come out is you have the ability to see their, you have the ability to see like how they compiled their data and compiled the information. Because if you was actually able to go into the study, it literally shows like a couple of different graphs that literally break down that Black people are poor under Republicans. Here's one of them. Scroll down.
This looks like it might be 2 pages. This one is table A1, president or party of the president and annual change in Black economic well-being, income change for Blacks, adding GDP. Oh, okay, damn, it was a body bag. Okay, adding GDP and change in GDP. I know that's the delta sign, which means change, right? This is delta, right?
Yeah.
Change in annual, so every year Black median income or Black median family income, and change in annual Black income versus whites ratio. And then the current model that they have, model with gross domestic product, model with gross domestic product change. All right.
Now this president.
Okay, go into this because this is where I start getting lost, bro, to be honest.
Well, see, these are just the percentages in the changes. The graph that's actually inside of the article is a little bit easier to read, but this one is just kind of showing that 0.71%, 0.113%, or the 0.113. That's the percentage. 0.059. These are the changes in poverty, right? That are our median family income, right? These are all positive changes.
And under
Right.
GDP, it has some of these listed. It's showing like GDP changed, and so it's showing them how it calculated. Here it's showing a decline 15%, a decline 47.9% under this one on the right, a decline of 54.
Right,
but
but
wow! But when it was on the black side, it was a decline
256.
256, a decline
Right, but now that's
207. That is freaking massive. Okay, I
now
don't know what it
that's
means,
what
but that's
that's what
under
that's what
inflation. That's what
inflation.
I'm
Yeah,
saying. I'm gonna
yeah, that's
highlight
under
it.
inflation.
Although I'm not entirely sure what this means, we could probably look up inflation in each of these separately, but understand that they're looking at inflation, oil prices over some period of time, and change in the labor force, and they held something constant. All right, yeah, and then it gets real analytical using R squared.
Yeah,
Adjusted
scroll
R
down
squared.
though. So I think you'll be able to see it from the perspective like where Republicans in charge.
And they have 57. Okay.
I wonder. Should have the full.
Okay, this is the second one. Table A2. Oh, same thing. Party of the President and annual change in Black economic well-being, poverty change for Blacks, adding GDP and change in GDP, changing. Okay, yeah, same thing. Poverty. Oh, and poverty rate compared to whites.
Right. The other one was median income. This one is
so
poverty
the first
rate.
one is the money, and then this one is the income. All right, median income.
Right.
What is the difference between median income again?
Just the average income brought in by Black families. This is the poverty rate. But
so
you see across the board,
200%. That hurts.
But that's due to inflation, though. You know what I'm saying? So it was like we
I
all
don't care
heard
what it's due to.
But look though, if you look at like the change for poverty, you see that it's all decreases. It's all, but that's for everybody, right?
Okay.
Poverty goes down for everybody across the board. Annual Black poverty rate compared to whites, and then the annual Black poverty rate. So and when it says compared to whites, it's like compared to the white poverty rate, this is the difference. Minus 2.48. So it closes those gaps that exist in the poverty rate with Black people. Scroll down closer to the bottom note because it should show the conservatives. It should show conservatives.
So this is table 3.
This one should be unemployment, yeah, because it addresses
unemployment change.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Yeah, but again, it's a decrease, right? So again, this isn't saying that Democrats are the greatest in the world, but statistically, we see decreases in, we see increases in income. We see increases in income. We see decreases in poverty, right? And we see decreases in unemployment. Now, it should show you once you get down there. It should show you the same data with conservative or Republican presidents.
Give me 1 second to pause just to think through something out loud. What I want to look for, just as a quick rewind, is a correlation in this number, the change in oil prices. Because I know back in the days, not having gas money was the reason I was walking in the first place or standing on the corner. So that one was 0.0011, 0.002.
Okay, actually, I got the whole thing right here. Go ahead. Let me share my screen.
One more.
Because I got an easier way to look at
income. Oh yeah, it's like a quarter of income as a percentage down here. Like okay, yeah. Once you get to super, anyway. Go ahead, bro. All right, it's got to the next one. Or do you want to share your screen? You got it?
Yeah, let me pull it up. We can share and then you can share my screen once I pull it up.
Appreciate you, bro.
Nah, for sure. For sure. We can get into the data. You know what I'm saying? Facts over feelings. And then I'm about to head to the barbershop. I'm about to get up out of here in a minute, but hold on. All right, go ahead, pull it up.
I'm gonna make it the full screen, and which is gonna take us off, and that'll be the full screen, so you know exactly what's.
Hold on. I'm gonna pull it up, like, cause I don't know why the way it's pulled up in Google Docs is looking funny. Hold on, quick. Let me just pull this over here. I just want to go to this one right here. An easier way to look at it. All right, we can start with this chart right here. Oh, actually, there we go. Let's look at this chart right here, because like that, those tables are a little bit more complicated to understand. This one makes it a lot easier. Party of President and Black economic well-being. Average annual change for Blacks. Income, $895 under Democrats, right? Economic well-being. Under Republicans, $142. There's a $754 difference in income with Democrats versus Republicans. Poverty rate decreases under Democrats, minus 2.41. Under Republicans, it increased, 0.150. Unemployment rate decreased under Democrats, minus 0.359. Under Republicans, increased, 0.391. Right? Average annual gain relative to white, $613. Under Republicans, $276. So as much as we talk about the economic impact, average annual finances for both whites and blacks are less under Republicans than it is under Democrats. Poverty rate decreases under Democrats, even under Republicans for whites. You still see an increase in the poverty rate, and under Democrats, unemployment rate goes down, minus 0.195. Under Republicans, even with whites, it increases up to 206. Right? More data. This is one of the charts that we were looking at. Right? Democratic president income 1031. Right? Decrease in poverty, decrease in unemployment. Now with Latino and Asian American well-being, look, still see an increase under Democrats, still see a decrease under Republicans, still see a decrease in poverty, still see a decrease in unemployment. Same thing with Asians. So when it comes to how different parties impact our economic and financial well-being, this is the data that shows this. This is the data that shows this. There's measuring the well-being of other minority groups. Blacks have been a racial group most closely associated with the Democratic Party, and perhaps the group most likely to benefit from Democratic Party's racially liberal policy agenda. They may not be the only racial group that stands to gain from Democratic control of the presidency. For reasons we have already outlined, we might expect a similar pattern of partisan effects when we examine the fortunes of Latinos. For Asian Americans, the last group we consider, our expectations are less clear, largely because of more advantaged economic positions that many members of the pan-ethnic group hold. So even though Asians are financially in a better position, because if you see here under Democrats, their annual income is $991, Latinos is $628. Then you go up here, annual income under Democrats for Black people, $895. So it's like we're still lower on the economic run, but again, it matters what party is in control. This is not we are being duped into into voting for Democrats. The data shows that it makes more sense for Black people to vote Democrat. But niggas ain't gonna talk to you about no data. Niggas ain't gonna tell you about none of this information. This is probably the first time any of y'all even heard of this article. It's right here, the presidency and Black well-being. Do Democrats really help minorities, or does Republican control actually do more to improve minority well-being? We begin to answer these questions by comparing gains in Black well-being under Democratic and Republican presidents. Table 1 represents the average annual change in Black well-being for income, poverty, and unemployment. The first 3 columns look at annual change. The last 3 columns present figures for Blacks relative to whites. The pattern of results is clear. You go ahead and highlight that. Let me. African Americans tend to experience substantial gains under Democratic presidents, whereas they tend to incur significant losses or remain stagnant under Republicans. On very basic economic indicator t-tests show that gains under Democrats were significantly greater than gains under Republicans. In terms of income, Black families gained an average of $895. Under Democrats, could only manage $142 in annual income under Republicans. The difference in income growth is $754 is not only significant, but it is substantial. The pattern for poverty is even starker. Under Democratic presidents, Black poverty declined by an average of 2.41 points per year. In sharp contrast, Black poverty actually grew under Republicans by 0.15 points annually. Finally, the difference is most remarkable for unemployment. The Black unemployment rate declined over 1/3 of a point annually under Democratic presidents, while it grew over 1/3 under Republicans. So the reason why I point this out is that the conversation that we have about Democrats versus Republicans is routinely situated under Black people are tricked into voting for Democrats. Black people are tricked into not thinking that conservative policies are more beneficial. And then they always say shit like most Black people are conservative anyway. So you have to ask the question, if most Black people are conservative, why do they overwhelmingly vote Democrat? That's not because they are Democrats, or that's not because they believe in the overall message and the overall savior concept of Democrats. It's that they see what's in front of their face. And this research proves it. I don't have to be like, nah, see them. I don't have to call myself a Democrat. I don't have to ride for Democrats. I don't have to run with Democratic talking points. But if you ask about the data, if you ask about the research that has been done, this is kind of like the nail in the coffin. The question is, why don't you ever see anybody ever? This is from 2014. This is not new. Let me make sure. Yeah, let me see. I done had it since 2017. It looks like. But we go up. Yeah, this is from 2014. So all these conversations about, why we vote Democrat, who votes Democrat, were we brainwashed, are we just tricked into Democratic talking points? No, it's common sense. And what's frustrating about these conversations, and I'll say this, and then I gotta break out. What's frustrating about these conversations is niggas will ignore common sense to make political talking points. Niggas will ignore common sense just so that they can feel smart by saying I'm doing something different than what everybody else is doing. Niggas will ignore common sense simply to be a contrarian. Well, most Black people vote Democrat, and our lives ain't been perfect, so that means that the Democrats ain't did nothing for us. That's a lie. It ain't a question of whether or not they did something for us. It's a question of whether or not their policies are more beneficial, and if Republican policies are more detrimental. I dare anybody watching to find a study that would say as comprehensively as this study that reflects the impact of conservative policies on Black communities. Niggas that talk to you about Democrats tricking you, the crime deal, and all that other shit, tell them to show you a comprehensive study that details and outlines the impact of conservative policies and Republican policies on Black communities. Now, again, this is not me saying vote Democrat. I'm a Democrat. I ride for them. No, I don't ride for no fucking Democrat. I'm a researcher. I engage in actual political science, not motherfucking cable news rhetoric and cable news talking points. Because, like I said, facts over feelings. Numbers don't lie. So, y'all can, y'all can play with that, run with that if you want to. But yeah, man, appreciate the dialogue though. I'm about to head to this barbershop. You know what I'm saying? Get shit started. But hey, read that, Moses. Read that. You know what I'm saying? Like if you want to do a show of it, you feel me? And then
And I
also
allowed
look
you to present it. That was your heroin shit, man. Hey, but hey, good looking out though, because most times you are 100% right. People don't go through it. And on this one, while you did share it, there's still parts that I didn't understand. But yeah, man, appreciate that, bro.
what parts confuse you? Just real quick, I just want to make sure I if I can clean up any confusion.
All right, here you go.
I could pull it back up if you want me to.
I got it up too with you. We on the same conversation. We on the same vibe. Figure A1. As we see, there was a switch, if nothing else, as the GDP happened. And
Right.
that change that happened in the 70s, and then that change that happened in the 90s. You would have to talk to me about those two as well. I mean, there's quite a few times, but it's blatantly obvious when we make it about the Black median income as a thing, that there was two intersections that happened. And then there was just this same continual Black median family income where regardless of what happened to the GDP, we were going up. And it even seems like now the GDP is starting to average out or flatten out. So that would be my observation here from figure A. Economically, something happened in the 70s and the 90s where the argument where we're talking about the money, right? And we don't know if it's attributed to oil, but we know the Republican Party is heavily oil and gun rights, right? And so here are the presidents. Their names are listed on the bottom for anybody who can't see that close. Let me hide this part. But here's where my contention is. It's not really a contention, but something I really still would need some more clarity on. And I know you want to go to the barber shop, but how astute are you on the 70s? And it looks like to me like the 80s when we just look at this chart right here. Like if that's what we're saying, the green line, they're showing us Black family income all the way back to the 50s, correct? We're saying the same. And they're showing it at around $10,000 in between 10,000 and 20,000, correct?
Right.
As we move forward from the 60s, whatever happened, there was a nice increase through the 60s on the green line. So how do I zoom? Oh, I can zoom in even more.
So
There
this
we
gray
go.
shading.
JFK then.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So this gray shading is a reflection of liberal presidents. So John F. Kennedy and Lyndon B. Johnson were liberal. Oh shit! Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
My internet was fucking up. So like this gray shading here is a representation of Democratic presidents, right? So you see, even though you have some drop offs, it's a steady incline with Democratic presidents. Once you get to Nixon and Ford, that it plateaus and then drops off. See a little spike here, plateaus, little spike, drops off. Then it's not until you get to Jimmy Carter that again you see the next spike. Nixon and Ford, these are conservative presidents. It plateaus, drops, plateaus, drops. No large spike, right? It's plateaus and dropping off. With the two greatest dips being under Nixon and Ford. But when you get to Carter, that's when you see another incline. Now under Jimmy Carter, you do see a slight decline here, but then look, when you get to Reagan, that's when you have the biggest drop off since Nixon.
Oh, God. Yes, this is what you're talking about then. Red line.
Right here. Yeah, right there. Okay, I forget you can't see my now we're looking at the green line because the green line is representing
us, right?
Right, that's us. So you see
Black median. So the GDP overall tanked hard as hell right there. Okay, go ahead.
But look, so under Reagan, the GDP tanked, but then our shit tanked as well. You know what I'm saying? You see that persistent decline.
Right.
And you see it start to slightly increase, but then zoom out a little bit.
Right. Because once we start getting there, like that's by the year almost, we can start seeing what happened economically.
Right. Now you see, and even with this incline that you see, it's not a drastic incline, but it's that upward growth. Bush won, towards his end of his shit, drop off, right? Then you get into Clinton, and then there you go again, consistent increase.
And this is that everybody loves Bill Clinton argument because everybody had a job.
Exactly. As soon as you get to Bush 2, drop off, dip, right? I mean, and you see again, these increases are gonna happen, but overall, you see all of these dips in black income when you have conservative presidents, Republican presidents. So yeah, man. But if you, but yeah, I'll be back over here, man. Converse with y'all niggas and shit. So, but appreciate you entertaining the shit, entertaining my bullshit for a little bit. I'ma holler at y'all, man. Great show.
Appreciate you. Yeah, get down to 16 when we finally get to the actual data and information. It's a perspective. It's a perspective that, you know, it runs into the personal perspective for me, though. And from a personal lens, from 2014, even because it goes to 2014, I was old enough to vote. And every election, if his primary I would rather see data than his principal argument all day, every day. Fact number one. I would rather see his data than the principal argument, because once it gets down to principles, Northern Californians, that's what we were standing on the whole time. We didn't even have the right to run away. And yes, they could chase and pursue all the way to your grandmother's house. And so for the same instance, protection then is like more California. How does California interpret what happened in Florida if we're now starting to understand states' rights or the Castle Doctrine or how it's applied for individuals? Power to the people perspective. I mean, but the brother has some good data, and because of that, I wanted to salute it. At first, earlier, we led with some other content. So I'm going to get back there. All right, yeah, love that screen. We got Dub, we got Taz in the building. He didn't probably went to sleep. You got to earn your leisure. That's what I heard. So here we go. I got you.
Taz be doing like 6 or 7 things at once. Because I'm familiar with the data, I don't have to really chime in and whatnot. We got TCU just scored. I got a stream that I got to do in a couple hours. I mean, I'm here.
I'm just so those.
Okay. All right, so I got big bro with me, man. Let's go. There it is. That's the one I'm looking for. Taz the GOAT rocking with me. So there we go. I can take that off. As intellectual as Domo is, and he is the political plug, he's shown, and I did show on the screen his background. His data went to 2014. And so his challenge was to show a different study. And if that is his actual challenge, I won't go to a Horowitz. I'll go to some different data, because that was his challenge in real time. And while he said it in general statement and he knows that we're capable, I just want to make sure that we actually are responding to our brothers who are taking the time to communicate with us. In the meantime, though, while I pivot and grab that, give me one moment.
What it good be over there? It's your boy NORE. What up is DJ EFN? And this is Military Crazy Raw Military Podcast. Drink champ.
That shit low as fuck, bro.
They got that shit. I be testing it. Like, I be trying to test the volume every once in a while to see how it comes out. All right. What about this one?
If that nigga, if that nigga side his head a couple of times because my grandmama didn't play that shit.
We become just like them.
We need coverage just like what Taz Exclusives delivers.
Work on your sedity first of all. If you don't got box wine in your refrigerator right now, nigga, you slept.
Get your little ass about the hood. That's how we had to send people to college. All right, so what the buddy brought, we got to slow down and breathe. He did bring a knockout blow. While I disagree with using Horowitz data, he issued the challenge. Plot twist is in real life. He ain't a part of that debate league, but he cuts heads. Years he's invested his time into this. And he says, show him a better study. And so the second part of Marxism, any attempt to harm the workers must be frustrated by force if necessary, would have been that Second Amendment right, which makes Republicans no longer identify with Marxism, even though they claim to be conservatives. And when it comes to far-right assessments, yeah, that's where they drew the line in Oakland. They would stay socialist, but if it wasn't socialism, they wanted to go a whole lot harder. A whole lot harder. And so the only other way of actually understanding how hard it went was to understand it from the lens of the hate group. Today we understand Mike Xavier's sacrifice when they deploy technology and a robot as a part of their militarized police force. Because to respond to a veteran that snapped, in my very humble opinion, he snapped and went against the force of his training to which he had been trained to go up against. And while he could be labeled a martyr in some cases, he could also be just a disposed body when a robot comes through and detonates the same thing that they used to use in the 20s, Italians, Irish. Once it erupted and it explodes, it burns, I guess, the building or the facility of the Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And if you study what happened to their businesses after they were burned down, the response either from the state or the federal government was not a return of hostility. And so the question again, as always, is once it's the people's responsibility to defend themselves, and they no longer have the option of turning to a protection from the state or local or federal government, to whom do they turn if they cannot rely upon the men to defend the women and children? The gender war argument is one that says women are now asking, should they even be advocating Because the next part of that conversation, when they transition away from Marxism, was where they say, should they be fighting these battles themselves, armed on the front line? When husbands say, I told the woman to take her ass home. If it was present in public, I told her to get her ass in the car, but that wasn't enough. The woman is now asking whether or not she should be getting out of the car to engage in the same violent defense, although transitioning away from Marxism. And we would hold the perspective that nationalism is, one where it's self-defense necessary at all times. As a husband and father, I say when it comes to the point of self-defense, that even gives way to the protection of others in regards to family. And if you are capable, that responsibility is now for the protection of your family and loved ones, and your family and loved ones' loved ones, and your family and loved ones' loved ones' loved ones. And I think my boy Domo, if he's also from academia, he came in with a real body bag. He came in with a body bag. It was like a great body shot. But because it stopped in 2014, it was not a knockout blow. It was one that may have gotten some ratings and stirs. And because it uses the corner man of the JE community, I don't give him 100% props for that shit. I'm B1 Brother Moses. I don't play that shit, man. You put me on the spot, the mic gonna drop, man. So let the breathing exercise begin. This is Plot Twist, but you're dealing with real people in academia. They said educated lames or pookies need to actually step up. So if we're going to be willing to have a conversation, be willing to engage. And in the network that you have, there are people who have actual assets. If it's only enough to fit in 3 trash bags, that's dusty. And there are people who are teaching people to be able to open up and be able to push back. If something offends you, if something feels insulting, you don't just got to take that shit on the chin. Nah, not in a technology-enabled world. I have to apply my brother and give him his flowers first and turn into a mumbling bushmouth. But I would rather do that than get straight into the body bag. Because he did have the courage to take the line. And when he came on, he went with the data. And so there is no way you cannot honor that. So salute that dude. He knows we're on an international platform. We represent black folks. I am a vet. No price tag on freedom. And today we're learning how to listen to each other. Oh yeah, we're gonna cut out the chatter. We're gonna build up that momentum. Let's give each other some praise, give each other some love. The white noise sometimes deflects us, but his actual source was black income as a reflection of GDP, which is to me a Thomas Sowell level macroeconomic argument. So that's top of the line. That is a real body shot. And most boxing, they don't even be hitting each other like that. They'll show you the data, and in boxing, they don't even really hit each other. But bro came up and he delivered to the expectation. Now, standards and boundaries and expectations. I can't set a boundary that he does not use the J community. Because when you do, that is often the thing where they're like, well, you didn't cite us or give us the source. So what I also did was drop the source from that one. And we know that if you use black sources, it doesn't matter. You can use their content, their face, their image, their personal address. And what we were actually speaking to is when somebody used that personal address and then they showed up. And once that person showed up, they was at that person's door. What do? That again was where I know he's good. He brought good data. And this is why they need to leave this content up. But we got to breathe. He left with a challenge, didn't he? Breathing exercise. Let's go on and bring it up. He's not. We wasn't there yet. While data is good, we have real examples here in a plot twist. When it comes to real people's lives and real people not being protected, Black men putting on dresses was something that had to be addressed. And by somebody with a platform, let's say, as large as, or a physical frame as large as Omar Johnson's, when it comes to addressing it, there are men to where men should be having men's conversations with. So addressing women seems to be a hands-off, bro. We got enough men who we could be addressing right now. We can spell community, but not understand how to communicate to create unity, which brings us back to using individual units. From my perspective, we all took an L when Kevin Samuels won. It was the biggest body shot that we had to endure, regardless of the condition of our oral health. Oral health is a gateway to good mental health, but good health overall. So take care of your smile. And remember, when we stopped THN in 2019, there was a real reason. Regardless of what the data might suggest and what a study might suggest at Cambridge University, which were the two authorities brought in by our brother Domo. I believe Plot Twist is going to reveal to even brother Domo where we've tried the approach of giving them the data. So if we just let it continue, from the Omar's perspective, or what was delivered, but the government intervened and aided them. The reason Black male pathology is still going on 30, 40, 50 years later is there has been no resolution. There's been no solutions, and there's been no government interventions on behalf of Black folks. I would disagree. While Domo was speaking, I was showing the screen of what the Bill of Rights looks like, I guess, today, or criminal justice reform looks like today. And we noticed that Sister Sheila Jackson has on the table as of September 19th, 2022, what we did find from Black folks, as well as we found some legislation from Karen Bass. And in that legislation, it's addressing human trafficking. So do we actually need an encore? Or do we need to understand when it comes to the violations of the First Amendment rights, who are we really protecting here? And why are we protecting that person? Well, if we can't protect a Black woman, then shit, what did the Supreme Court justice do? Well, they told us. Now it's in the hands of the Black man who is the nigga on the Supreme Court justice. And what did they do? They issued the biggest L that any woman could have experienced. She doesn't have the right to her body. So if your wife doesn't have the right to her body, what does that make you? If your daughter doesn't have the right to her body, what does that make the man? Yeah. The harder conversation again, once we look at get beyond just criminal justice reform and what do people want to correct. What is actually happening is big L's are being passed around. And likewise, when Clarence Thomas, who fought to be on the Supreme Court, to have access to white women and marry a white woman, and we know all of the reasons, even they want to impeach him today, or just can't wait for him to get down, or the reason why he was passed up for being chief of the Supreme Court justice in the 90s, with all of the momentum of, oh, well, they beat up Rodney King. Yeah. Where media converges and it's no longer about Democratic or Republic. And it's no longer about which talking points, but about, are you property? And yeah, we can talk about assets, but if the Black woman isn't, then what is there to celebrate as a, it's hard to say it. I say husband first, husband and father. And then I say man because people like to have this transgender argument, or they like to argue against pronouns in education, which I won't undermine. Y'all keep having y'all fight if that's what's important to you. But to me, it again sounds like the transatlantic slave trade argument when we say trans, because it's a transitionary period between when men have the right to vote. And now that Black women seem to have a lion's share of the voting influence, it's a problem. But if we show you the data, and the data itself says that it's been the Democratic Party, and the data itself shows you large increases where Black women got their education and became doctors and all of the different titles that should have subjugated their womanhood. They blame feminism. They blame women stepping up and getting a job. They blame women using a Pell Grant or access to education funded by the state or local outside of the church. Yeah, when it wasn't Sunday school no more. Even Sunday school, they had to ask for some pre-K funding. Yeah, but if a woman does it herself, or if a woman has to do it herself, we'll look at this as being feminism or competition with Black men trying to have the conversation with Black men. Because what happened actually is that Black men didn't even want to listen when Black men were having a real conversation. And when we started showing the data, that number even dropped all the way down, like, oh, no, it's over. But the data still confirms that when women, Black women, they say vote at an 85% clip Democratic, and the numbers say in unemployment decreases, that shows to me that the Black men were actually finally able to get a job. But proximity to whiteness wouldn't be an argument if Black men stopped chasing white women once they got hired. But that's just a body shot. Because there's always the plot twist that we don't get when people say, what about Chicago? In this argument, I believe that we don't have enough people echoing the communication that when it comes to Black media and Byron Allen, the Weather Channel guy, who also invested in Law and Crime, or those judges, Judge TV, that we don't nearly put enough respect on the transition from Facebook to YouTube, despite technology malfunctioning and them canceling their preferred way of doing so, which was Google Hangouts. And the reason why they canceled it may be for good reason, because at that time, not even Google was able to protect people's personal identifiable information all the way down to people knocking at your front door. And while I didn't fully understand it at the time, when I received the corporate communications that they were connecting now to movements where people are actually grieving a loss for whatever the reason, the corporate communications were connected to George Floyd and, say her name, Breonna Taylor. And it was the Black women who had proximity to whiteness who weren't getting fired because of their relationships to better allies. Using current data, which is already in the plot twist, which I wrote in while he was speaking, which position stands. And I gave him all of the platform to speak with open courtesy and grace, because the last time he was here, I challenged him on the spot. And that doesn't always seem fair. It seems like ambush. Let me present my argument clear and in full, and then let me explain it. The issue is, even when this woman did that, I swear to God, the people who probably had the biggest smoke on their own channels wouldn't take the link. Yeah, when it got personal, they act like they wanted to pop up at the door. But we show you the single kids from 2017. So by default, my data is already beating yours in white, black, and Asian. If we want to get to it, you stopped at 2014. Single with kids argument, let's assume the smear campaign about her is completely accurate, that she is a single woman with kids. Nigga, and what? Because before we take it personal like that, we were supposed to be protecting her First Amendment right, which is to privacy. And so we had body bags built in our own case study. And it didn't need to be interrupted while people were still learning how to push back when they were the ones being insulted. And we're dealing with diverse talent, right? It's a corporate communication. So sometimes you got to make it colorful and plain. So the bottom 20%, the second 20%, the middle 20%, the age demographics. If you want to see the color of the most impact, and sometimes you got to draw on a perfectly good chart. If you look at the bubble all the way on the right, since that's what we're talking today with Black conservatives, who makes it into the top 20%, which is more than 121,000. This data is also broken down by income, but if we can't protect the women who stood up and said, well, who's going to check us? And the people who were actually able to check them deleted their channel, yeah, that's a plot twist. I would be against coming up and using data published by the Jays if that was his primary source. And so if he wants, I can show him who my primary source is. But all we had to do was listen to the women in the first place. And the decisions that they were making, while we're not in control of their decisions on how they manage their trifectas or how they define it, the key terms of the definitions they use when they're forming their network. All we know is when it comes to principles, nigga, that debate, yeah, well, we'll run from that. And when I cut him off previously and challenged him, it was on this issue. And so if he didn't want to use the feminism perspective, why would I continue to go in when we just showed you the data? But you have it in two different perspectives today. Again, it was on your screen. They won't screenshot that by the numbers in colors, pink and blue, as stupid as it could be. I hate doing that. But it is a counter to a data argument requires data. His was 2014, mine's is 2017. His was talking about the demographic from a lens of poverty. Mine's was all the way across the board by the numbers where we are literally for real. Now, COVID happened, which is why the plot twist deals in what just happened in the last, give us a few years before that and give us to today, since we're still in the first year of now. They said the new normal a while ago, but premature because the data didn't reflect that. Because at that same time, what we'll notice and what we'll discover when we look at the actual receipts, all of these people who were talking down against a Black family or a Black household, let's assume, like it said Black family household, we're using the same key terms and definitions, and they told us that we can't define them. Just like they told us that the Black woman can't have a college loan, she can't have a home, she can't even own a home if she's high value. And I said that accepting the Kevin Samuels argument is an L for Black folks. All right? I said that bashing Black women and trying to put them on a rating system when we can actually see the progress and their ability to align. And while the other option, though, is moving out of the United States of America, the best idea for Black men, we do have a working model is the other option when you have to come at it in a lens of respecting your ops. I always thought ops meant bloodline thing, like Bloods and Crips. But if we're just going to use it in its generic terms, like Democrat, Republican, then the actual ops, the people who were advocating for the underage of consent, sexual tourism, trafficking, that had to be called out, regardless of how you redefine it later. I said, let's look at that from what they said. Now, they might not use their names, like O'Shea Duke Jackson is a small business. I don't care what you say. Just like Cynthia G is. But to carve it out into the gender war, men talking online about their old glory days, pulling that out of Facebook, which is your friends and your family, which is the number one argument if you poll it, why they sign up for Facebook, and opt in to sharing their personal information. Plot twist 3 was where we brought it out. Fox Soul numbers. His initial response, 30 minutes. Receipts on the screen because they said we don't do this, but we have to let people see it. And this is just the slowdown of what we've done. And today we actually got Taz with us, so he might know, but he might not even know the way that I've seen this. My only connection, once again, into this space is from looking at Black YouTubers blow up in the space. And what did it look like as a business model or a framework for omni-channel marketing? And the key terms, it would be like a business to business or a business to consumer or however it is, marketing strategy. It's the evolution of a subscribers or an email subscription list. But that to me is still protected or a government compliant protected obligation. That there is no way, Nyla says, Social Security number should have ever been able to been aired if they have the moderators to bleep, and we've seen that happen even on the plot twist. That the second it happens, if they have moderators, that tells me that it's a systemic issue, that their moderators don't know how to block for what would have been considered that private information that should have been protected. And it also tells me that within their guidelines, whereas in the 90s, there used to be, you had to have a rating system, that their systems had not developed yet to have a rating system. Thus, the Google Hangouts was not a good platform for YouTube. They tried it as a partnership. It didn't work out. Collaborations may have been behind the scenes via email. So if you don't understand that, then you don't understand what doxing actually looks like, when it was like, damn, I should have created a separate business if I would have known people would knock up at your door. To me, even creating one PowerPoint and going into it and like, okay, put in Cynthia G's name. What do you need to create material to talk about this woman? I was like, okay, you're going to need a picture. So I was like, the one picture or the two pictures. Maybe I have an updated form of PowerPoint, but it has different type marketings built in that at least make the image look presentable. But how could people have taken this woman's image for 5 years and that not be banned, but she is? If we're ever able to have that conversation, you'll understand why it's my perspective that we don't always go to the J media. They may not have the best systems for protection. And unfortunately, even Black men get that wrong. It was Black men who tried to censor this woman when she was advocating for women's studies. That's gender specific. Oh, we don't need to hear that. These same niggas will turn around and sound real critical race theory-ish, but don't want to blame the system. So when we have black men come up and they're willing to present their data and their information, okay, niggas do have that competitive edge to one-up each other. I didn't have to one-up him. It was already built in the data. We're working on the same thing. We're on the same vibe. I just showed you a different way of looking at it. It's the same perspective. But even when we say it, people would still say, well, we're against black women voting Democrat, and that's traitorous for them to even assume that the government will work in black families' favor. All right? And so they're willing to allow the government to determine what happens in their own household. Thus, their own woman is not protected in the physical, for what she says or her Miranda rights, even if it does go to a court of law, regardless of the jurisdiction. The number one argument has been with niggas who decided that they wanted to run away was that they lost jurisdiction in their household. To streamline all the fluff, is that inside of their own household, those men lost jurisdiction. And again, I say that that's because they thought that the black woman now became property because that black woman was in their household, because that black woman having her own asset or her own home allows her to have a space outside of being treated like property. And unless you're in a space to force her submission, i.e. she has no economics, she has no degree. If she has an alternative asset, then her value has to be respected. But that's feminism. And while at the same time, those same niggas would need help with the application, because Omar Johnson can talk about the prisoner pipeline in the 3rd grade, but can't fix HVAC and doesn't make relationships that sustain themselves over time, and has embarrassed himself as black media across every network available, but he's available to make an ass out of himself. Why can't the black woman say what she needs to say to protect black women, or at least to bring awareness without being censored as if she's the Minister Farrakhan? You mean to tell me that when it comes to being able to take away the First Amendment rights of African Americans or anyone, that the argument is about the Jays? To me, I would say, is Mark Zuckerberg a Jay? Because his moderators and his system are the ones that have the ability to set systems, guidelines, boundaries on First Amendment rights. So when Proud Boys determined they would use Facebook as a channel to organize and show up and counter-protest while exercising their Second Amendment rights, that's all good. And the government can come back and say, well, Mark, what's up with the way you're regulating hate speech? Show me the data and show me the report. Well, that's what you got to believe in state and federal and government and allies, if that's what you believe. I would say that Cynthia G would have fell inside of that data somewhere if she was the one who had her channel taken down. And it would be the black people, black men in that case, and in this case more specifically, the Manosphere, who were directing that comment towards her. Comments are one thing, but as we start to evolve the plot twist and to better understand it in its slowed down version. So I got time today. That's way before we get to 10. I say this discernment happens between what is Roman, going and conquering by force, Second Amendment, and then what is Greek at this point, Greek being Athens boy lovers or Athenian boy lovers. So LGBTQ or Rainbow Coalition connection as we get away from the long-term arguments and then bring them back in today. But it's still the same thing. The American colonization society, the flag, the blend, I would still see all of these as having the same conversation around the globe on who do you love and are you for sure? They say speed it up, man. Don't make this the part of the conversation. But when I see the ISUPK willing to address it, it has to be addressed. They talked about that Jeffrey Dahmer shit live, like it impacted them personally. And I've heard people in social media who were in the chat say they did experience this personally, location-wise, because of international communications capabilities. And so for me, the Patriot Act is what I normally refer to when I look at politics and what really happened in the world of telecommunications. The Patriot Act being opened up was like, okay, there's old data, but I still attribute that shit to like Napster and the ability to steal other people's intellectual property, music, and how that was devastating. And they were like, no, we have the right to our music. We have the right to our person. We have the right to all of this. And then they had to find an economic value or a dollar figure to put on it. And so they were like, well, if you sell out to the industry or black media, which is what Garvey did, which is what Malcolm X did. He was media. And then in the 90s, I believe affirmative action. And then even today, I believe this is what we're still talking about when they say, well, Fox is still media. And I don't know who owns them, but in Black YouTube, this is media. And as we dealt with the paradigm, they wanted to know why Fox would insult black men by having a single black woman represent her views. And the King Kong of consciousness wanted an apology for even going to the ally space on Fox. Fox Soul, which was supposed to be diversity and inclusion. And he wants an apology for not being given in advance disclosure of somebody's medical information. On the black space, the Manosphere space, they said that was destruction. And we saw that that did 136,000 views within 3 days. They said Dr. Umar Johnson completely obliterated at Cynthia G on at Fox Soul. Now, this shit was all separate and equal. But see your face with 10,000 views on it at your flaws, and then superimpose on it shit that wasn't your natural image and make a clown and humiliation out of you and let the world experience from an international level and then absorb that. While in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021, we have US facts that deal with median income and percent of workers that left each year. This is the people who are leaving. He says unemployment, right? So these were the people who were leaving, and then we can start to get into those actual industries. And if you're black, you know your own experience, but where do you see yourself in this bubble? The percentage leaving the occupation, right, for those years. We don't got to go back that far if you're a part of the B1 network. And if you can hold on, yeah, the body bag was already built in. When we used US Census Bureau, that was enough. We didn't need to go to Cambridge. Cambridge Analytica is the same reason why we're suing Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, the Cambridge Analytical scandal, but they wouldn't be able to keep up if they didn't know that. Cambridge Analytica. Cambridge Analytical is the Mark Zuckerberg scandal to which he had to report to the federal government for and to Congress, the houses of Congress. Oops, but the body bags would keep selling themselves if you don't have the full logistics of a plot twist. We can show you the data, but how will you get beyond the crescent moon that's right in your own Black experience? We can streamline it to the talking points about race, gender, and I can show you the colorization of it as you make your decision on whether or not you want to hike up Mammy Mountain here in Arizona. But if you need a pie chart for you, that takes some time to develop. But I did it for you just in case you wanted to know. I made it as simple it could be made. You don't got to believe me. In this incident, the address was built into the picture of the official Mummy Mountain here in Arizona. I'm not lying. I'm not exaggerating. I'm telling you from a perspective of symbolism. Since we can use data as an analogy and it's supposed to ride, why can't we use symbolism as an analogy and it's supposed to ride? Because the underlying premise is protection of people's rights. And I say we start with one. Can you defend the number one? Because if not, number two happens. And the Black woman today, if we want to have the conversation of the modern woman, is asking the question whether or not she has to defend her man in the street because he's losing the battle. And the Black men who are actually losing the battle are saying it was not my battle to be fighting in the first place. I said they should feel embarrassed. I said they should feel ashamed. But at some point, there's some guilt in there that if they don't start to express guilt, then it's like, well, is there any real remorse? Why the fuck should you even defend that nigga? And if that answer is no, then shit, come what be. I don't know why you was in the car with him, let alone in the same household, but y'all don't fucking hear me. When you're talking about a group of men who at the time 4 years ago, and if I take the screenshot today from what that video was even 4 years ago, it shows you 9.3 thousand views. But if he talks about that same type of agenda today under a new keyword search, under a new hashtag, under a new @ symbol, as a moderator, I would say don't @ him because it's a distraction from the actual content of what he's trying to deliver. But from 9,000 in 4 years to 178,000, first you give kudos and the brothers their flowers. But don't forget that there was an apology that had to have been held, because the Manosphere would not be where it is, even as a hashtag, had it not been for the other side of that argument. The SYSBM Tenets exposing corruption is where they wrote down their information about what they felt was wrong. As you see on your screen, December 23rd, 2019 was when I had finally had enough. The breaking point where sorry isn't enough. Because laughing at them and them being embarrassed was the exact attention they wanted. Not to be somebody at the Essence Festival, but to be at the Essence Festival. And I drew issue with that because it was interrupting the real information that needed to be shared. I called it a distraction. It was distasteful, but it's not my decision to choose what form of entertainment people use when they're addicted to social media. The Chicago Tribune has some shit that they put in the social media pipeline that you don't even need to go in the bathroom and inject in your own arm. You don't have to feel ashamed about consuming what the Chicago Tribune would have you addicted to when they drop the breaking news about the government forcing big tech. So the use of force, September 9th, 2022. Big tech reparations stalled after an amendment to prohibit censorship collusion passed. Because even then they had to understand what it meant to have authority, a monopoly on censorship. And sometimes I talk so fast and they be like, oh, I didn't see that. But we talking about Chicago, right? Ain't we? If the most recent legislation I showed you is Miss Sheila Jackson, can't we keep it on topic but still use the actual debate points that we are on topic on, the real Democratic agenda, the most recent, we don't got to go back to 2014. Now, while some people needed that, subscriber exclusive, bill to make big tech pay for online news stalls, proposed legislation that would force big tech to pay publishers. Y'all are the publishers, Cynthia G and the nigga who ran the Africa O'Shea. But your business is the publishing company. Whether you trademarked it or not is the difference between your PPP loan and the Small Business Association being able to partner with the Black Chamber of Commerce and help you apply. Well, that's resources that Black academia were supposed to provide, which is why I was on the phone live when the White House did just that. I know people be like, man, what is this connection with this other man's wife? Because the plot twist, what really drew us towards plot twist was drama around this face that we know. Even though Michael Jackson showed us that a face is just an avatar. But the Jackson family, if you really want to know their back history, well, now you got to understand and be willing to listen to trauma through the lens of Janet Jackson performing in Las Vegas. Because other than that, it was just media. And no matter how Chicago wants to package their media, they can package it through a senator named Barack Obama. And that will get keyword search after keyword search after keyword search. If you say Democrat, Black church, Black church, Black church. If you want to initiate a voter drive or a marketing campaign, but still respect separation of church and state. But you needed your message to get to the Black community who are in their transition, but women from the Black church. Because men, if you understand, are the reason why the Black church is not more successful today. And in that same argument, separation of church and state, for me, is don't tell me how to fucking vote. Now, you might talk about this heaven and hell shit, but don't tell me how to vote. And this bully pulpit, which we've seen in politics for Black people, is the Black church. It be preachers who step forward or sons of preachers because they were the ones who actually sold out on paperwork and signed up for the nonprofit LLC for the tax exemptions. And as a nonprofit, well, they didn't have to report all their sources of income, which protected. But who really knows who was paying those tithes and offerings other than the preacher who was benefiting from the new jet? I'm going to take me a drink and let that process. He came in with a good body shot. He presented data. The data was current and relevant to Black folks. It covered a time period of 2014, and then it had context. December 23rd, 2019, I would propose is a case study that competes with the Horowitz study with Cambridge. And while it's not Cambridge University, and while it's not Cambridge Analytica and the ability to hold Mark Zuckerberg accountable, when my bro posed this challenge, my response is that all he had to do was wait for this. And if I say it in a braggadocious form, it's like, oh, he's disingenuous. No, but I just showed you my data covered that as well, which is why we tell you that even presenting the data, it'd be like, man, come on, man. It ends up going back nowhere. So we might as well respect each other's voices on hearing what else does the brother got to say. And I don't give a fuck how long the brother got to say it. When we checked his background, where he told us to check about who he is, I shared the screen for you as well, because that's what they did to her, but she got banned. She was the one in this case, when they say, what's the connection? Where it went a step beyond just, oh, a glitch in the matrix. They shared her social, nigga. But we were just supposed to move beyond that conversation. And as a husband, it takes 13 episodes to get plot twists to even bring in the husband. Because in reverse, we don't want this happening to our wife. But on the other side, they immediately want to demand, what is your association with the GOAT? Who was the one who came up and said, you bitch ass niggas, stop talking about my wife. Because that was the only way to actually mute the people who were literally, actually, and physically sharing the what should have been protected information. But we will never get that part of the story. And we don't even get that when I slow it down for myself. But if I let them come on and tell you that, well, she can't do it herself, because once again, even during the plot twist series, she got canceled again. And when we think we're so smart, we go to school, the first information that the brother brings up is from the people who have the ability to cancel us. And so even if I do the right thing and try to share I'm citing my information of where I got the data from, it's too late. You're involving the same people who just canceled this man's wife, nigga. And as a veteran, I would have been the person who you expected to exhibit optimal compliance in the first place when it comes to government relationships. You know, I can't stand on a platform that says, oh man, a position, excuse me. No, he used, what's this word? Principle. Well, if I can't stand on it because I'm a veteran, that shows you I believe in, if you need the government, call on the government. If you're completely relying on it, well, now you're talking police. Now you're talking education, teachers. Now you're talking veterans. But if your alternative is SYSBM and all of the symbolism attached, somebody named Quincy has a response to me out of the millions of people who have access to our information. I'm like, well, now as a father, you've got my attention, Quincy, because Quincy has been my primary concern the whole time. And though the title father wasn't respected, how about the Supreme Court decision where mother is no longer respected? Because the mother of my child doesn't have the right to determine whether or not now is a good time either with our doctor. Because it's not her right and it's not my right. But they talk about self-hatred and how it manifests itself. Not matter what race of woman you are with, sir. And we didn't understand when we was like, damn, these niggas is dumb, that even if we showed our social media network, not the world, we didn't know at the time that it was going to be international to where in 3 days you can get 178,000 people to view it. We didn't know that if you even show these niggas that they literally are this dumb, that it wasn't enough. That they would write down that they're not for LGBTQ, but have Edward Andersen right there on the platform growing the LGBTQ platform. That they would not be able to have the conversation from trans defense, but have him there when that is as bitch as a bitch as a bitch as could bitch. And it won't make sense. But we love that nigga Edward Andersen. But that nigga's a whole bitch and they know it. That's an ugly ass bitch. That deflection is why this whole race or who you breed with had to be addressed by somebody who says preferences. If your preference is outside of your own race, then you shouldn't be having a conversation from a lens of saying it's not. And you definitely shouldn't be connecting that to self-hatred, because the higher probability is the further away from your own race as Black you go, which in that same dichotomy of gang banging, blood and Crip, Democrat, Republican, now who you date, or Loving v. Virginia, Black and white. And if that's not going to be the case, then you might as well say Asian, because you're lost somewhere in the Orient. And it doesn't matter if you go north to get there and find, or if you go get lost in the middle of the East to find your hybrid somewhere between Black and white. Asian, pro-woker, who's experienced, Black experiences. And you can tell, if you can tell today, I attribute it to people like Babyface in music, Motown, things like that. I attribute it to being able to tell a message. And I do so as a rebuttal to the argument about, well, hip hop is to blame when it went to gangster rap as the message from the West Coast. Hip hop, in its variation, they say wanted to remain pure from associating or enabling the violence. And then I cut their heads off when I say about the trilogy in Harlem of New Jack City, and the most famous crackhead to me, not Bernie Mac, when it came to getting above the rim. But if you don't know what that trilogy is or what that impact was in the 90s and what that did to me as media, then you don't understand the absence of a love song in the 90s, or what I thought was a good love song, until I play for you T-shirt and no panties on right then. The same thing that would have been censored. Historically, they can use the plantation, but with the passing of the white monarch and her correlation to Britain, that past should also pass. Now they have the ability to deal with the white man in Charles. And it's always been a Chuck, what the fuck? Instead, March 8th, 2021, SYSBM, Slaying Evil, changed their website. And that's what the B1 network called out. That once they published, we stopped laughing, and then they finally made the change 2 years later to their website. And that was all, that was the accountability that we were able to enforce. To me, that was an L. If you look at some of the best stories today that can grow an algorithm, Modern Black Woman, and get 178,000 views, when in 4 years, that same conversation, not using those words, 4K, and we don't even know these new niggas. They not a part of the Smithsonian. And I know even where I come into the story, I come into the new part of the story. I come into the part of the story where there was already an acceptance for cherry sorbet, or however you say that word. But if I play it, well, you have to understand Napster and copyright. If you don't understand Napster and copyright, then it's like, well, damn, it just gets all of this, Cherry Sorbet Limited, LTD, and it just gets weird. It becomes Weird Life, LLC. All the lefts and the rights, when somebody is singing your legs, your hips, your eyes, your hands, your dirty mind, I love your cherry pie. Seconds for me tonight. And on the screen, you see this image. And then the other part of it is what we do. It ain't no crime. Because Hidden Figures, well, this was a good picture nonetheless. Hidden Figures and technology and incorporating telecommunications, that was good. And Cherry Sorbet, well, I might not know what that is. Aren't we still dealing with media and images? So this one, when you capture the language. But I'm always down to do the time in it. See, because when you slow it down in today's society, it's like I'm always down to do the time. Sometimes it'd be like, yeah, that shit sound good when you put that shit in a song. And back when it was Babyface writing the lyrics, yeah, you maybe could get away with singing some of this stuff. But nowadays, to them, it doesn't matter what face is on the screen. It's just an avatar. When it says good head, your dirty mind, and even the computer doesn't know whether or not to put your dirty mind or to associate it symbolically like you are dirty mind. It doesn't know how to handle these pronouns and such. It doesn't know. But today or yesterday, PowerPoints are used in court, nigga. If you want to lock up Darrell Brooks or understand the Darrell Brooks story, PowerPoints are used in court. So when it says, baby, I could eat all day, you would want to assume that that's what a heterosexual male is saying to a heterosexual woman, except in today's society, that's privilege. It is privilege to make an assumption, all right? And so while 7 was being introduced as acceptable in society, the argument was still being made that 7 is being made acceptable in society only by adopting the Eurocentric standards of beauty, i.e., if she uses makeup. But when we say the same thing for men, it's like, well, don't that apply? Look at this nigga. This nigga wanted to put on the same Jeffrey Dahmer glasses. These images get creepier and creepier, but nobody is there to call out symbology because people who can, they'll get blocked. To me, I'm thinking women are making their own chess moves. They sat down, they got their table to play. People who are allies, they're making their chess moves. They sat down, they got their game to play. But in the Black community, what I'm hearing is niggas play too much because now it's a gender war. When they can't determine whether or not what's being said is that a warning, a challenge, when they're like, I could destroy you. Because to me, I would have to use the imagery and symbolism to understand. Like that is all of that and more. The reason why she was cutting this dude who wears makeup just like she does off is because she knows who she is. And that's why she's able to come out right and just say this. Now, for him to know whether or not she is a she, that's why you got to understand who's really at the table. He went to an ally's platform and had the nerve to ask for medical information. And people won't understand that. In a virtual space, that's not okay because, nigga, you ain't there to get physical. And what his general argument was that it's the Eurocentric standard of hair. So Black women shouldn't burn a perm, which is why they can't go to his little boys club. Anyway, let me stay on point, man. Before you go, I want another round tonight, man. When this type of shit pops up in media, this message is interpreted as a love song. And I'm going to let people process that as we come back to the plot twist. That's what's interpreted as a love song. All right. And so what does get censored, what doesn't get censored, what does get censored, what doesn't get censored. In our perspective, when they can drop your personal address, for some, they were chicken shits long before. They had never been a part of no life. These motherfuckers made straight A's. They just wanted to talk about some shit and debate in a chat room. But for others, well, they know that they're dealing with somebody who wants to knock up at your front door, whether you got kids in the house or not. And that's why, to me, it was important to not just have a small image. It's the same image, but not just a small image of this other man's wife, but one that connects to the same data about single with kids. Because this hurt. And even my wife had to look at this like, What are you doing as a married man? And I'm like, I know. And she can trust me. But at some point, just saying, well, we got the data in this study and this, all of that, they don't want to know the numbers. Here, even if I rewind it again, right there, I was tempted to show you again that in that chart, it was 77% male. So that's the demographic that they would be arguing for. But it's not okay for women to do the same. The women are getting censored, and we can tell you that and we can show you that. But before I'm even able to tell you that, another Black woman gets censored, and there's not a damn thing we can do about it. And then you'll have the symbolism of the Black celebrity who has all the economics in the world. And so making it about individual households is now the perspective of yay. And I say, nay. I got a cousin named Nay. Just like in this case, if what I'm saying would not support my cousin Nay, then in this case, bro, look, man, y'all gotta take it up in another way. Here it is. Let's get a harder resolution. They were not able to check the Black women then. They weren't able to check them now. And the only one who was able to do it, what we saw today on today's plot twist, even when it brings the data, one side brought Horowitz, and that's my dude. The other side, well, we just got into it with the U.S. fact census. If you want to get into it from a personal level, I put the color in the chart. We broke it down already doing that. My argument is that, or you can listen to the women who we saw in that data. We saw, if you even want to use that, Democrat, that they would still be right and winning. So at what point would those men take the L? No, that's why there's 20 in my chat and 1,000 in the chat. This is where it starts feeling personal, but it's almost like an obligation to say it now. When the same business collaboration model exposes where there are men in our space who just should not have a platform because they will use it to open up TikTok videos that should have been the protection of those kids who use TikTok and Snapchat. I think it's Snapchat more than TikTok, but whichever one it is, that's where corporate America wants to go. And so while the space was a space where they can record something and post for an hour, no. And they would align themselves to space with men who want to view those live, record them, and judge those little girls based off of the same standards they apply to adult women, to the same body parts, but not just their forehead, not just their nose and their eyes, using the same language of dominant versus feminine, using the same context of mating and selection. And our argument is and always has been that that is wrong for the women who fight back against that to get censored. For them to be put on the list, while these people are the ones that will knock at your house. And they were the ones who had access to the social. Somebody was owed an apology. So we'll show you again, B1 Network infographic, American, once we get niggas out of the black. But for those who need it, I'll put it in brown and you'll see it in purple, where women who got educated started moving up. And regardless what this number looks like for you, it starts to fade or it starts to get more solid, whether your color is pink or whether your color is blue. The facts are just an element of an argument. When it comes to principle, well, that's where niggas misaligned it. And this nigga Sonetta tried to run to the house of molesters as if we weren't the ones talking about the principle. I still stand on my right to yell at him, even though he's an old black man. And though what I say may be some shit that other people would view as an offense worthy of violent disrespect, I stand on my right to say it. Because if I don't have my right to yell at that old ass nigga in Harlem, just doesn't work out anymore. We've seen that story from the violent factions of the Bloods and Crips not work for so long that even in Chicago drill music, no matter what Chicago drill music displays, it doesn't humanize the Black women or children when they use that storyline. It doesn't. And regardless of how profitable it would be for, Ye represents Chicago. If I'm wrong, hit a gong. But that would be a plot twist when it comes to politics and him looking to run for a political office somewhere else and not acknowledge Mumu. Mumu is the one who said, I think we should get behind it. And it doesn't look like a two-party system. Mumu came up and shared as well. Ye was the one who I thought represented Chicago, but by all recollection, he didn't run in Chicago now, did he? No, I believe he ran out of Chicago. If I'm wrong, hit a gong. I wouldn't have known anything about Chicago politics or why that was a complicated machine. So when the only legislation that we can see today that's on the books about criminal justice reform is against human trafficking, I say not only was an apology needed, but a thank you. I don't know why the Trifecta broke up. It was one of my favorite forms of media. I don't have to agree with the sex worker lifestyle, but when it came to men who thought that they could address whatever their single issues were, whether it was data, symbolism, numbers, celebrity worship, I know fax wasn't working for waiters, waitresses, bartenders, barbers, food preps, people who were serving, anybody who didn't hit that 66,000, whether they were single or not, wherever they fell on this chart. If they were welders and they had skills, because their argument is essentially, we're not even talking about the people who receive SSI, right? Because they're dependent on the government. We're not, this is working class, correct? Once we put the visual aid on the screen, Uber drivers, the people who are delivering meals, and the taxi Uber driver, Black conservative, it doesn't say SWAT or police officer. It doesn't say Brandon Tatum on there. He wouldn't be able to see himself in this data right here, right? No, because he's not in this. Arizona, which was switched to blue as well, is not in this. When you're dealing with real people, they have to be able to see themselves in it. So I think with a look back as of July 14th, 2020, that was during the pandemic where everything starts to change. We don't have to go back to 2014 data. If you understand that data is just a part of the argument. Yaz the Greatest was the media that was informing people who had nowhere else to go and nothing else to do but deal with whatever they had via telecommunications. And what they had to deal with as a talking point, if you streamline it, was power. So now they're on their phones and they're dealing with power, and they're on their phones and they're dealing with power. And then when they finally get those words to connect, it's Black people. And goddamn you, this shit looks like it's in Harlem. These freaking Harlem Negroes again. The fat Jamaican once again wins. The fat Jamaican and Garveyism, I don't even know how to say it, because when the Garveyite is the person, ism is the belief, but that's only if you accept the adjoining English connection that helps us understand Roman being force versus Greek being willing or voluntary, as it so applies to Black people who are transitioning out of faith. Oh, I just hope that it made sense. They're transitioning out of faith. And their primary source of media is no longer filtered by the one that tells women to shut the fuck up. And now they're even learning from a woman who is willing to tell them to push back against being insulted. Don't just say what's on your mind, but when you feel attacked, how do you defend yourself? Now, for me, it was always First Amendment until recently, where the sister did come out and ask about Second Amendment. And I thought that was why the channel was struck. They could blame it on whatever they want, whether it was LGBTQ related, whether it was trans, hope, whether it was something she said or did. All we know is that if they have the ability to do it, then Black men don't have the ability to protect. But y'all don't fucking hear me. So if I slow it down and we say it in real life, I would even go as far as assuming all elements of all the smear campaign were true. And then starting there with what are the principles of government that you think should apply inside the household, since now you're telling Black women they are traitors if they even call the police. If a nigga who thought he was the prince wanted to commit domestic violence in the household. Because I know Black women that would advocate of putting their hands on that little nigga all the way up to the age of 25. And after that point, shit, he's even off the insurance. But if that nigga dare put his hands on her, that would be the break. That would be the violation. That he would have to sit there and suck it up and take it, even if she was swinging with a belt, if she was swinging with her open hand, if she slapped him, that he could cry and be humiliated all he wanted. But when it came to violence, the prince takes that shit in the chest as much as it hurts. White people hated it, which was the reason why I would have stood on the principle to not use the Horowitz data. Come to find out, census data may entail using some other group anyway. So long story short, let's not argue the source of the data. The idea of using data, I don't have a contention against that either. I think that it's sharp for people who are able to understand data. But even the statistics course scared the shit out of some people who graduated college without having to even pass that one. And when it comes to those who did, they don't know how to talk about it. So data itself, showing people it, even to what I did, which is a really pat myself on the back, give myself an applause when I broke it down to the very, very, very short visual aid using the USA Fact data that was from 2014. Man, fuck y'all. I would never get a flame or a fire sign in my own chat. But the conversation needs to be had. My study won't be accepted as a good study because my last name isn't Horowitz, according to Chicago. According to the Chicago Institute that studies the impact of economics, they say it does deal with your last name. So if you marry Horowitz, then you are in proximity Horowitz. Candace Owens marries a farmer, she becomes a farmer. The prince, then, or the monarchy, is a way of viewing government that says, well, if you believe in London or your argument is white people, the white people's complex, and you now attribute white people to government itself or to American, oh yeah, you're going to have some traumas, experiencing a whole lot of rejection. And you're going to need a space to get that out. Thus why freedom of speech is important, because we're dealing with people who still conflate whiteness to American, and they haven't dealt with blackness. Ta-Nehisi Coates can't help them. The people who ascribe to be allies of the allies can't help them. Their minds are too remedial. That is the fact, not just the talking point. And if you rewind the information, even as far as it goes into doxing and the doxing experience, I don't need all the facts to know that something happened in the background. The type of question I would ask would be completely different because I emphasize economics. I believe in silver rights. Silver. Because we know niggas ain't going gold. We have to redefine gold altogether. if that's the case. It's the same thing why they say a stream is worth less than a physical copy of a CD, which I thought was an honor to have signed and opened and to be able to go over with right there with the artist. But on the West Coast, out the trunk, being an independent artist, well, that got pushed back. Just like in October, here's the date, timestamp. What sucks about being able to timestamp October 21st, 2019 in slow motion, when there was the actual pushback with the hashtag DJ Kid, hashtag Jason Pope, and the conversations were held. It was criminal masculinity all over again. Data didn't work. Stats doesn't work. Political alternatives doesn't work. Even in politics, you'll see Warnock with war in his name in Atlanta, which has great Georgia clay, international products. What do we sell? Well, they're selling figurines that look like a mask of, I don't know what the hell that fucking thing is, that Tariq Nasheed wants to sell in the Hidden History Museum. But they're selling those on an international market. Georgia has great Georgia clay, and Atlanta was the one that got burned down by the person who became president after being a part of the War Department and burning it down. And now we have a nigga named Warnock with Warnock in his name, but he can't become who he is if it's not for the Black woman fighting that fight politically as well. And when we deal with criminal masculinity, they didn't want to deal with it then. As you see on the screen, there were 2 watching, when today they can change the hashtag, change the pound sign, and get 178,000. But we don't know about that process unless you have Black men who are willing to hold Black men accountable. And it was the absence of Black men not being willing to hold Black men accountable that led to these conversations being ultimately necessary. Now I got to dox my damn self. Well, fuck it. That's accountability, right? October 21st, 2019. DJ Kid and Jason Pope. Why didn't they want to talk about this? Because when a Black father actually does take the link, of course I'm either going to get kicked off or I better just leave. Because we're dealing in a society. And I'm a veteran? Nah, bro, if I don't get off this platform and it's live, I'm going to say something that's only going to be interpreted, whether they interpret it as not, like hip-hop, West Coast gangster rap. And I will never be able to recover from that stigma. That's media, by the arguments that are currently being used. When I'm wrong, hit the gong. But we were addressing predatory behaviors as fathers on that panel, even before we understood how legitimately those conversations went when it comes down to being open and accepting anybody onto your platform. But y'all don't fucking hear me. They just want me to stop saying the word fucking because that's what makes the conversation bad. I would have never touched this woman with a 50-foot pole. And I do understand the argument about eyelashes and shit. She could have went bigger on the one that's on my side of the screen, like from the left to right. She could have went bigger on the left side. But in today's society, we don't know even how to describe the left to the right. What would have been her left eyebrow in this case if you were just on the phone trying to tell her that it looked like it got a little thin on that side? They don't know if they're talking to somebody grandma or not. The millennial generation has pressed fast forward as if what they're saying, it didn't need to apply to your gender in the first place at this point. And yeah, we're going to scratch our head and not understand that when they say that's why we need gender studies and pronouns and he, she, her out of the education system. But again, it'll be those same pro-quacks who say, well, we need Africana studies. And Black people get blocked and censored. And we'll be scratching our head like, make that make sense? Or I'll be sitting here giving flowers. Like, despite her being blocked, they won't block me for her being blocked across the same platforms that blocked her. So ain't that about a bitch? How all the platforms, other channels, have been able to benefit and monetize as if she was Harriet Tubman, the property in the first place, as if her own face, her nose, her eyes, her lips aren't hers. See, that's what happens if you don't get the full perspective. It sounds circular. It's a long argument, but as a part of Mental Health Awareness Month, which I was told it was, from a corporate perspective, America needs to be better at understanding these conversations. And it's not just a Black thing where America needs to be better at understanding what it takes to listen, because sometimes people will take up an entire hour. They're from the tribe of long winds, and they could be my brother and my sister, but that doesn't mean that all Black is the same. And when it comes to the argument about principles, well, oftentimes it's best to table that. Politics is one of those areas where I thought people understood. But politics will get it popping if it's Candace Owens or Kanye West. Politics will get it popping if we're talking about T.I. and his relationship with Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. And if you can throw in some juicy tabloid, it doesn't matter what you wrote down as long as it's juicy. But if T.I. the father has to address Lil Boosie, y'all don't see the political at play between Atlanta and New Orleans? If not, then there's somebody who gets blocked for doing things like that, I'll tell you that. So flowers, the ability to post yourself and to have a selfie, and then not just the pictures, which is what Facebook was. Facebook knew it started getting political, but the ability to determine what is now hate speech from a woman who was sitting in the spa having a conversation. She's the hate speech. But when they were using it as a means to rally and organize, and a 17-year-old named Kyle Rittenhouse heard the message, whether he heard it from Facebook or a different other platform, the rallying happened on Facebook, but that wasn't hate speech. He got off scot-free for exercising his Second Amendment rights as a 17-year-old. The protection of that child and that child's right to use their arms could happen right there so close to Chicago. It would be printed in Chicago Tribune, and it would be easy to conflate Chicago. But when we break it down to distance, whether it's a mile away, y'all don't fucking hear me. So here was the debate using receipts, slowed all the way down. Cynthia G versus Taz debate, and I'm not even going into the context of the receipts, but you see them on the screen though. Make your own determination, because once I go into it, it seems like I'm trying to, now in the whole law and crime era of social media, when this woman is on trial, I'm finding receipts. These aren't just body bags. Wasn't this the same woman, Rashida Strober, who was sued by, who Tommy Sotomayor was, I believe she had to try to sue him. Now, I may not have all the facts and things correct, but by the receipts, when this woman was going live with her media. Now, this 52920 receipt means more to somebody else. In fact, was the conversation that meant more for me. So who shares your content? If you're now going to be liable for the people who share your content, now you understand Black Twitter then. They tried, but even Black Twitter regulated how many characters you can say it in, which only exacerbated or taught people to think that they could be even smarter in fewer words. The tribe of the long winds, well, March 10th, 2021. Damn, man. It'd be hard because with receipts, it'd be like, the reason why you looked at the receipts is be like, because in the friends list, do you know anybody? But if your relationships are we only got like 10 or 12 people in common, it doesn't seem like it's a network. So now you don't have to defend it. But y'all don't fucking hear me. And so these were my people. By this time, you can pull her face out. There's no other language in the visual. It was never about her face. Darkism or the conversation about colorism, that didn't help as well when it comes to race. These niggas are that dumb. And the men who thought that they could correct it, whether it was with legislation, and they decided it was with the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, what they found was that, well, if we just run from both of those parties, we have our own. All right? And so we could keep going, but I've shown the data, I've shown the argument, I've related it to the plot twist. I got that talking too much syndrome. But there's the whole picture. What the expectation would have been is that if you're going to do something, like at least show the picture. If that person shared it on Facebook, but no, they'll take the picture, they'll morph it, and they'll do everything else, and then they'll put like Jeffrey Dahmer on there, and now it's about Jeffrey Dahmer not being a part of Netflix's LGBTQ category box. And then somebody will say, well, those are the Jeffrey Dahmer glasses. And now the whole conversation can be about the glasses. And it never goes anywhere. 5 years as a check-in, it's like the reason why it didn't go anywhere is because, no, these niggas showed their true colors. And when we told them niggas about the DJ Pope or the hip-hop argument, hip-hop ruined it. We told them it was predatory behavior. Kids are singing and repeating it, the language that they're using, and now they're targeting them. And they have every means of technology to do so. And the empowerment community market, that's another way of saying tech. But somebody missed that. If I don't call it out as a visual, I would have to rewind it again. They don't understand algorithms. So what do you search for if somebody told you to look for something? Plot twist, when you do it on the spot, it's because that person is saying, well, if you don't believe me, then this person said it. But it's still word of mouth. And I don't give a fuck what book you told me to read. That's still the same thing as saying word of mouth. And if they did a study, it could essentially ask people to tell you, but it's still word of mouth. Technology is a strategy in online marketing. What actually happened, though, is what do you do to connect all of these channels? And your message keeps driving so much growth to where 200, 300, 400, 1,000 people live are coming to see you. And the economic or the reparations argument then is, well, the person who has the ability for collusion, it doesn't matter who they talk to because that's just collective collusion. But the person who actually has the ability to disable your platform, your economics, well, they're the ones who owe you anything. And while other niggas get caught up in reparations, they would miss the big tech and media. And even if we told them about the data, they would miss it. So I'll show you again without showing it, because all they wanted was access to white women. Somebody else says it better than me. I won't regurgitate their talking points, but the average family, when we start looking at the information on the screen, 4, because of the 2 children that you have, who are the top earners by sex, percentage male is the dominant argument. The black category, if you keep going from top down, or if you read in English, it's left to right. But a lot of people, they stopped reading in the 3rd grade, y'all. Literally stopped reading in the 3rd grade. So even the picture, putting more words on a screen didn't help if they literally stopped reading. What does this mean? Who is most dominant even at the bottom economic group where it's $0 to $8,000? Bottom 20%, 80% of that demographic. Well, I'll use national first. All population, which is why I say American. Because once you then know that these niggas can't understand black as a percentage and they don't do statistics and they don't know percentages, why the hell would I even show them at where it is on here? I can show them here for this data of all population when it's talking about earners, by top earner by sex, by male and female. 77 plus 23 is 100%. But once you get down here to dealing with race, you're going to have issues as long as we deal with niggas like the ones we deal with. They wrote it down, bruh. When they wrote it down and we addressed it, and all they did was change the picture, it was time to believe them. No matter how we felt about this nigga or how people still feel about this nigga here, or him wanting to put a big-ass cigar in his mouth, we can't stop him from putting this big-ass cigar in his mouth, nor can we stop those men who believe that if they were on his trial, that they would defend him with their life. So when we talk about the bottom 20%, well, we see a decline from the national 80% of white dominance. That one is about 75% dominant. And we can also see that reflected when we're talking about the bottom 20%, which does include that 5%. The bottom 5, which is where we're dealing with most of these white peasants. And it's millions of those white peasants. When you're saying they make up 75% of 365 million people. And now that we want to talk about the bottom 20% of it, now we can see that, oh, well, that demographic here. And then we can scoot to the right if you read like an Englishman and say, well, what happened at the second 20%? Well, now they're above the national average, which is what would pull up the national average in the first place if you're only able to talk to it from the national average or the American perspective, before you even move down the chart to see, well, what happens with Black? And what is the date to which you're talking about? And when do we start talking about Black people in your argument about America? My position is it doesn't matter when we start talking about Black people if they don't understand that they are the American. That when they're saying smaller government, they're talking about removing more people off SSI. That when they say smaller government, they're talking about removing those after-school programs that your son may or may not have benefited from. But in any event, now they don't got the budget because the first place they're going to target, they know how to do this. They got this shit. If you racialize the system. Or you could use what Brother Damo presented and show you Black and white paradigms by earnings before 2017. Based on the president. All right? I have a technological way of thinking about it. I know people don't understand the algorithm because when I say is that sign on the chart he used, delta, change is represented mathematically using that sign. Thus, when we're quantifying things, what is it that we're trying to log? Log X versus log XY means something. Log X plus log Y means something, but it only doesn't mean something to people who didn't pay attention in the class. And if it wasn't taught at your school, well, you definitely don't have a technology head start on understanding when you're logging something from XY versus a log of X plus a log Y or a log of X plus a log Y. You don't know how to prove a statement one way or the other. You don't know the mathematics of being conscious. So here's the receipt from before my time, 2018, when Unwind with Tasha K dropped it on her omni-channel platform. Nyla spoke, I admire a woman, especially a Black woman, who can speak her truth unapologetically. Her channel was deleted for being too real. Let's get her numbers back up. Let's go winos. 24 minutes after it was dropped, Tasha K responds to my commentary about her being built by a white man. Again, when Black men want to throw their low blows on Facebook, they start throwing shots. And they be having comments in all of these comment sections where it'd be hard to find a Black man, to the point where the argument is right, where I thought you said some niggas did marry their Black woman. Do they stand on any principles? Even when you start finding them, it'd be like, well, shit, not many of them. And when you hear some of their principles, you'd be like, well, that's why them niggas got divorced. They never knew how to say I'm sorry. So here's the receipt. If you didn't want a black man to say it, the expectation would have been for a black woman to say it, woman to woman. Not for black men to say. Black men were the ones who were throwing them under the bus in 2018, which is before my time. So let's slow down the receipts. I would have assumed Tasha K would be married, whether I know her or not, and I still don't. I just know that when you look at her numbers, today she was popping. Back then, well, you see it. It was just showing support for another small media. Back then again, in a grand story. Now imagine someone going out on a limb for you and giving you a shout out and saying, now that you got your platform back, what is it that you want to talk about? Are you going to run from this conversation? You don't exactly know what it is that you said, but you do know that it hurts to have lost your right to have said it. But getting back to it, what do you talk about? It could be that you were held accountable by the system, the white man system, for something you said by another protected group. And what we know is that it could be the LGBTQ of your own race, which is why moving away from race helps people understand betrayal, things like plot twists. So, well, you'd be like, oh yeah, we've experienced that. That's not just a black experience. So criminalizing black or putting black in blackface and crime together, I guess that's the way conservatives do it, bruh. But when she was given her voice again, or her words again, her words, if she could type it, or just a space to even say, hey, I'm going to be going live, or hey, this person's going live. What did she do? Right back at him again. Because there is a global pandemic going. And while other people didn't have that courage, other people said, no, we can't talk about that. Anti-vaxxers, as anti-vaxxer as they weren't pushing back at all. They got right in line and shut the fuck up. And when I'm wrong, hit the gong. Because despite knowing that there are people with systems in place that can take your First Amendment right, what is it that you have that's of value? And here are the receipts at the time. See, if I have some good music in the background, that would have been tight, right? It sounded like a good pivot, a good time to take a breath. So let me slow on down, man. And we could keep going. I believe that enough is enough. At some point, women are able, Africans or African Americans, but women at the table who are looking to be a better ally, when they get muted for taking their stance. Tasha K did it then. I'll do it now. Before I was able to get the plot twist fully developed. And I still was at the point where I didn't want to premiere it or even talk about this stuff because I don't like the way the content looks. I still think that the content needs work, that it should be streamlined, that if you're going to do a documentary about a real person, then you at least owe them their best look if they were the ones who put their best looks out there. This is that story. This has been a plot twist. I'm B1 Brother Moses. And if I got to keep talking about it, we would be here another 4 hours. So that's why we'll just have another plot twist. What's good with the family? Some people say it early. Other people say rewinding it now. Yeah, you got to try to rewind while people live now. We never know what people will do. They'll cut it off for something you said 5 minutes in, not knowing this was a whole 4-hour live stream. But that's the way life is. They have a system that can cut people off. If they want to turn off the Me Too movement, all they have to do is silence the victims, but don't nobody fucking hear me. So I'll say it again like Omar. If they want to silence the Me Too movement, all they have to do is turn off their, but y'all don't hear me though. But that's what Dr., if you want to call him Dr. Omar, if you want to call him Umar, said when he wanted an apology because the ally, which is Fox Soul for Fox, gave the platform to a woman who is a woman today. But by all intents and purposes, if you're not familiar with the plot twist, well, must I say more? That's hoping people understand. We're dealing with people in a transition, and I don't take the kitty gloves off. So this content will not be for everyone. And there are people who in the last week have decided this content is not for them. That being said, now that you know, I'm going to go check out another premiere. It deals with grown women information, because if I want to know what grown women are going through, I do check in with what grown women are talking about. But when it's time for men to have the argument, salute to Taz. He joined me on this one. Plot twist. More in tune, man. This is just 13. But now you know. That's all I got. And so I'm out. My bad, I'm supposed to say that like this. If people don't know I still salute, then they don't know. But B1 Brother Moses, that's all I got. And I'm out. There you go. Could have did it with a little bit more energy. Like when Taz first came on, he used to be like, Taz exclusive, Mr. B1. And he working on so much stuff, like he said, let me go and show y'all this, and then I'll get out of here. Because y'all don't think married men should have a voice. We ain't going to always get it right either. So that's going to make people like it and make people turned off. All right. If I was here for you to like me, then my marriage would have failed a long time ago. But there you go. I'm going over to this premiere. And I did get the notification, so even YouTube knew what to do on this one. But salute. Oh, he stopped because Nyla went live. Absolutely. Thank you.